Hello to all fans of Naruto Lemon. I will post all Naruto Lemon Yaoi, Yuri, or Naruko Lemon stories only on the Boosty channel because Uncle YouTube condemns this. Therefore, I invite everyone who wants Naruto Lemon content to my Boosty channel. Good luck.
お前はどこまで見えている。俺死に様か。
It was warm outside, although windy at times. The air was still fresh from the recent rain. October 10th is almost the middle of autumn. On this day, all the residents of the Hidden Leaf Village rejoice. Today is a festival, because 5 years ago, a terrible monster attacked the village, the nine-tailed demon fox. It destroyed many buildings, and many people died because of it. But there was one person in the village, its protector, who saved all the residents from this monster at the cost of his own life. It would seem that all the people should rejoice, but no. A girl with a bright shock of red hair tied into 2 ponytails was running down the street. She was dressed in black denim shorts and a light blue blouse with short sleeves, and on her feet were black sandals. She was unusual, especially in her appearance, 3 stripes on her cheeks, which made her look a bit like a fox. The only thing missing was ears and a tail. And if ordinary people have both eyes of the same color, then this girl had one blue eye, the color of sapphire, and the other was red, the color of blood, with a narrow, vertical, black pupil. Now one could read obvious animal fear in her eyes. The girl ran as fast as she could, but it was not enough. Men were chasing her, even though they were tipsy. There were 2 of them, but they were still faster. Quickly turning the corner, the girl braked sharply. Dead end. Turning sharply, the scarlet-haired girl wanted to run out, but the men were already standing in the passage. She was caught. The girl began to slowly retreat until she hit the wall with her back. "Well, we've got you now," said one man. "We've been chasing you for a long time, demon." The odd-eyed girl knew what would happen next. She would be beaten. Thoughts were spinning in her head. Why me? What did I do to them? Why do they beat me every day? Today is my birthday. Why me? The men began to approach her. One of them raised his hand and hit her hard in the stomach with his fist. The girl screamed. Tears poured from her eyes. The second, deciding not to lag behind his friend and drinking buddy, also hit the girl in the stomach and she fell face down on the bare asphalt. This time she let out a stifled wheeze. It was painful to scream. And then, when the first man had already raised his hand to hit, he suddenly fell to the ground. His drinking buddy looked at him with a surprised look, when he suddenly heard a voice. "Leave her alone. What did she do to you?" Turning his head, the man saw a dark-haired 5-year-old boy with pitch-black eyes. "None of your business," the man responded. "Get out of here, before it's too late." But before he could finish speaking, the boy's fist hit him. The blow was weak, but since the man was drunk, he was already unconscious along with his friend. The boy approached the girl and lightly touched her shoulder. "Are you okay?" he asked, but the girl didn't answer. She only curled up tighter, afraid of more beatings. "Calm down, I knocked them out. I won't hurt you." The girl relaxed a little and looked up at the boy. He looked at her and was surprised. The girl was quite beautiful. She had rather cute stripes on her cheeks and different colored eyes. One was blue, which pulled him towards itself. It seemed that the boy was drowning in it, and the other was red with a narrow pupil. There was incredible fear and loneliness in her eyes, but somewhere in the depths, there was surprise and curiosity. "My name is Uchiha Sasuke," the boy extended his hand to her. "And what's yours?" "You." "Uzumaki Naruko," she answered and, after a moment's hesitation, extended her hand to him. "Uzumaki Naruko," the girl introduced herself. "Naruko? That's a beautiful name," the boy smiled. "Come on, I'll walk you home." Fear appeared in the girl's eyes again, but overcoming herself, she nodded weakly and told him the street and house. Sasuke took Uzumaki's hand and walked with her. The girl's hand was warm. On the way, he noticed that all the adults were throwing angry glances at her. The girl, noticing them, lowered her head down. The boy hugged her encouragingly, which caused goosebumps to run down Naruto's back, and her eyes to open in surprise. Aren't you afraid of me?" she asked. "Of course not." Uchiha laughed. Soon they reached a two-story house. Sasuke helped Naruko up the stairs, as she was still weak. Letting go of his hand, the girl took out a key and opened the wooden door. "Thank you very much," she kissed him on the cheek, causing Uchiha to blush a little. Naruko entered the apartment and closed the door. Sasuke stood on the threshold for a while longer and went home. Meanwhile, Naruko fell on the sofa, exhausted, and fell asleep. The girl woke up in a dark place, lit by a small number of torches. She was standing ankle-deep in cool water, and there was silence all around, only a long corridor with many passages. The girl hesitantly stepped into one of them. After walking a little, Naruko saw a huge cage. Two huge red eyes with narrow black pupils were glowing in it. Suddenly the torches lit up and the girl saw that a huge red fox, with 9 tails fluttering behind his back, was sitting in the cage. "Come here," the fox's voice was rough, but there was care and tenderness in it. The girl, without thinking, approached the cage. "Let's get acquainted. My name is Kurama, and what's yours?" "Naruko," the girl's voice echoed around the room. "Tell me, are you not going to hit me?" she asked, to which Kurama only laughed. "A father will never beat his daughter, especially if he is sealed in her." "How is that, father?" the girl asked. "That's it. I've known you for a long time and I've been watching you for a long time. I've been here almost since you were born. Your mother is Kushina. She's the one I was previously sealed in." "How can you be my father if I don't look like you?" the girl asked. "You have my eye." The fox did something with his chakra and a white icon appeared next to him. This icon depicted a woman of about 20 years old. Light skin, violet blue eyes, bright red hair, just like Naruto. She was dressed in a blue t-shirt, over which was a beige sundress. The woman had a big round belly, and she was smiling happily from the picture. "This is your mother," Kurama explained. "Why should I believe you that you are my father?" "Why not? You have my eye and the same character as I had as a child. Moreover, I am too proud to lie to you about paternity, just to get a body and be reborn." Naruto had nothing to say to this. "Tell me about your mother," the girl asked. Well, as she looked, she had an explosive character, but despite this, Kushina was a kind and strong-willed person. As a member of the Uzumaki clan, she was very hardy. Her life force was so great that she survived even after I extracted it from her, after your birth, although she was greatly weakened then. Kushina also had an unusual chakra of a special form, which was well suited for her becoming my Jinchuriki. She was able to create chakra chains to hold others. She had a unique ninjutsu style. Kushina also knew and was able to use sealing techniques. She taught some to Minato, the 4th Hokage. She was his wife. Wow. So my real father is the 9-tailed demon fox himself, my mother is the bloody habanero, and my hypothetical father is the 4th Hokage? What a family. The fox only laughed in response, revealing his sharp teeth. "Listen, I'm cold, can I change the scenery and the temperature here, because the bare walls aren't very inspiring." "It's your subconscious," Kurama answered thoughtfully. "You can try." The girl nodded and closed her eyes tightly. In an instant, the bare beige walls disappeared and in their former place appeared high flower walls. Instead of water on the floor there was a bright green lawn with a small lake, and soft pillows appeared in Kurama's cage. Having examined her creation, the girl smiled broadly and lay down on the soft tail of her new father. Suddenly she began to disappear from there and woke up on the couch. The 3rd Hokage sat next to her. On his left cheek, on top, was a brown spot. 3 long, deep wrinkles strangely symmetrically extended from his eyes, a small white goatee. Black, cunning eyes. Dark skin, gray hair with a bald spot on top, but it was hidden by the Hokage hat. "You finally woke up," he exclaimed. "I heard that you were beaten today, but Sasuke Uchiha helped you," the girl nodded. "From this day on, you will be in ANBU. It will be better for you and for the villagers." "I'm sorry, but it has to be this way," Naruto nodded again. "Only on one condition," she said. Hiruzen looked at her questioningly. "Dictate." "I will live in the house of my father and mother." "But I don't know who your parents are," the third Hokage lied and stood up. "Don't lie," the girl exclaimed, "you know that my mother is Kushina, the former Jinchuriki of Kurama, and my father is the fourth Hokage." "Where from?" was all the surprised old man could say. "Kurama told me." "And who is this?" "That's Kyubi's name, but Yoko," Hiruzen was stunned. He had seen a lot in his life, but this girl was able to surprise more than anyone. "And one more thing, now my name is not Uzumaki Naruko, but Yoko Naruko." "Okay then," the old man, still surprised, replied and headed for the exit. "Come to my office tomorrow at 10 o'clock, he said at last and left. 6 years had passed since that incident. Sasuke remembered well how he had brought the girl to her apartment, how she had thanked him and left, closing the door. The boy wanted to see her again, but Naruko seemed to have disappeared. He asked the villagers where she was, but they either laughed or did not know, saying that her disappearance was only for the best. Sasuke wanted to see her again so much that he often stood outside her door. But it never happened, the girl never showed up in the vicinity of her apartment. As if she was a dream, a fleeting moment, and not reality. When entering the Shinobi Academy, Uchiha hoped that he would at least see her there, but this did not happen. Naruko did not enter any academy. Days turned into nights. Day after day, Sasuke searched for her, but for many years now, he still could not find her. In 6 years, Sasuke's life has changed dramatically. He took the first step towards becoming a real ninja. His entire clan was destroyed by his own brother. He moved and began to live alone in an empty apartment. Some girls were constantly hanging around him, but one thing remained unchanged: Uzumaki never showed up. What happened left its mark on him. His heart was saturated with hatred, strong and burning. He stopped paying attention to anyone around him. He didn't care about his peers or older guys. He wanted only 2 things: to become stronger and to meet Naruko, who somehow managed to leave a ray of light in his hardened heart. However, Sasuke himself thought that he would never meet her again. It was the height of summer, and the classroom was so stuffy that even the wide-open windows didn't help. The children, who were at most 12 years old, were languishing in the heat, dreaming of being home in the cool as soon as possible. However, no one had cancelled their studies. So when the annoying bell rang, everyone groaned and sat down in their seats. Iruka-sensei, who had once again put his hair up in his usual high hairstyle, somewhat reminiscent of a pineapple, understood the children quite well, but he couldn't help them in any way. "We have a new girl in our class today," he dictated to the entire class. Everyone looked up and looked at the teacher with more interest than before. "Come in, Naruko." A girl with scarlet hair, braided into a thick long braid, and straight, thick bangs that covered her eyes entered the classroom. Sasuke's mouth fell open. It was her, Naruko, the one. He was amazed and happy. He finally saw her again, but Sensei looked at her with disgust and hatred, and it reminded him of the day they met. "Introduce yourself," Iruka ordered rather than asked. "Naruko no Yoko," the girl said calmly, without raising her eyes. "Your file says you're an Uzumaki," the teacher raised an eyebrow, coldly. "There's a mistake." "I am Yoko," the girl shook her head, tucking an unruly strand of hair behind her ear. Only now did everyone notice how long the girl's hair was, reaching almost to her knees, and this despite the fact that her hair was first pulled back into a high ponytail and only then braided. A rival, all the girls immediately thought. Their eyes shining unkindly, but Yoko was familiar with that look. "I'll write you down as Uzumaki. Take a seat in the empty seat." "I am Yoko," the girl muttered through her teeth and looked at the sensei. Her eyes were scarlet like blood, and the pupil in them was vertical. Sasuke from where he was couldn't see what was in her gaze, but Yumino stepped back and almost fell. With a trembling hand, he wrote Naruko no Yoko on the form. Naruko smiled slightly. Do you want to say anything to your new classmates? The sensei asked, keeping to tradition. MMM. I hope we can live in peace, she said, taking a deep breath. She calmly glanced around the classroom, looking for empty seats. There were two. One next to the black-haired boy who reminded her of someone, and the other, with Hinata, where the girl sat. They had been good friends after the incident when Hyuga was attacked, and Naruko helped her fight off the bullies. Despite all the prohibitions of her father, Hinata continued to communicate with no Yoko. Sitting down next to her friend, Naruko began to chat quietly with her. She felt her classmates' gazes on her, but she decided to ignore them. Yumino began to lecture, asking some questions along the way. Naruko quickly analyzed the situation and the people to understand that the girl with pink hair who always raised her hand was clearly a conceited person. But her deskmate, the blonde, was clearly more stupid. She also quickly identified the main lazy people in the class, noting at the same time that some of them, although they knew the entire program, preferred to remain silent. Finally, the long-awaited bell rang. Almost everyone stood next to Hinata's desk, except for Sasuke, Shino, and Shikamaru. Sasuke wanted to go up to her, but he thought it was better for the others not to know that they knew each other, otherwise there was a chance that poor Yoko would get it from the crazy girls. Shino and Shikamaru, simply because of their characters, were not going to move. The first was somewhere in his thoughts, and the second was sleeping. So, you're Naruko? Asked a pink-haired girl, who Naruko had identified as a show-off and a know-it-all. That's right, the girl nodded. Do you see that handsome and cute guy? She pointed somewhere. The Jinchuriki turned her head in that direction, looked at the guy and then back at the girl. His name is Sasuke, and he is mine, okay? But Naruko was no longer listening to her. She suddenly remembered the boy who saved her from two drunk men. And it was him. It was Sasuke. Are you even listening to me? Yes, the scarlet-haired girl answered absent-mindedly and looked at Sasuke. Their eyes met. But Yoko smiled at him and looked at Sakura again. How dare you smile at my Sasuke, some blonde exclaimed. Are you sure the others agree that he's yours alone? Naruto asked slyly, enjoying the way the girls began to bicker among themselves. Then the girl yawned widely. She hadn't gotten much sleep the night before, since the third had given her the mission to spy on Danzo along with the rest of the ANBU. It seemed that Yoko only blinked as the school day came to an end. Suddenly she discovered that everyone was getting ready to go home, which led the girl to think that she had simply fallen asleep without noticing. Standing up, Naruko stretched, threw all her things into her backpack and left the classroom with Hinata. Listen, can you help me pick out clothes for future missions? I need something new when I become a genin. Yoko turned to her friend. Are you going home now? Hinata asked. No. I still need to submit a report to the third, my friend yawned. Suddenly, someone pushed her from behind, and she almost fell. Sharply turning her head, the girl saw the pink-haired girl standing at the head of the mini-squad of girls. Naruko realized that she had managed to find ill-wishers for herself in less than a day. That was a warning. Smile at my Sasuke-kun again and you'll get into trouble, she hissed. Then, turning on her heel, she walked away. Yeah, that's to be expected, the girl shrugged. I hope she didn't hear anything, otherwise I'll have problems. I don't think so. Sasuke-kun is more important to her than your secrets, Hyuga answered quietly. Naruto nodded her head, hoping so. Well, she clearly doesn't have much brains, she can just go and, the girl didn't have time to finish her sentence before she disappeared into the haze, thereby frightening Hinata. Tell everyone, without thinking about the consequences, Naruko said, after which she blinked her eyes in surprise. She found herself somewhere in a forest clearing, but not in the classroom where she had been standing with Hinata just a second ago. What the? What should I tell you? A female voice was heard very close by. Turning her head, the young Jinchuriki saw a small white tigress with black stripes all over her body. Her eyes were the color of gold. The girl recoiled from the animal, trying to understand what had happened and come up with an escape plan. It might be necessary to fight the animal. Naruko was prepared for this, her years in ANBU had taught her to be prepared for anything. "Who are you?" the girl asked cautiously, trying to stall for time. "My name is Chihiro. I am a ninja tiger." "What is your name?" But Yoko had heard of summoned beasts before. They lived in places where it was almost impossible for a normal person to get to. You had to be either chosen, or persistent and strong enough to make a deal with such a beast. Sometimes a person would get into their habitats when the animals decided that they needed to make a contract with a person for some of their own purposes. And, apparently, Naruko became one of those people. Whether this fact pleased her or not, she didn't know. However, tigers are always better than some nasty insects. Naruko. But Yoko Naruko, the girl introduced herself a few moments later. "Where am I?" "In the clearing," the beast responded laconically. Well, there was some truth in that. There really was nothing around except an endless green field. "And if you want to be more precise," the young Jinchuriki inquired. "A forest glade. It's called Orototego." "I called you here," Chihiro answered calmly, stretching her entire body. The girl couldn't help but notice the natural grace that the tigress possessed. But Yoko had always considered tigers to be the most beautiful and intelligent cats. And, apparently, they liked her too, since she had been summoned. Naruko mentally noted that ending up with the same foxes was too banal and stupid, considering the fact who her father was, and Kurama snorted derisively somewhere inside. "For what? We have such a custom. Every 3 years, a worthy tiger ninja goes to this clearing and summons a person with whom he makes a contract. This time, the lot fell on me, and I summoned you. You can sign a contract with us if you want, but if you don't, you will simply go back to the village. The choice is yours." "That's a rather generous offer," the girl began evasively. "I've been thinking about my summoning animal for a long time, but I never thought it could be a tiger." "The choice is yours," Chihiro reminded. "Then I agree. Maybe we should switch to you, since everything turned out this way? Or would that be too disrespectful?" "I don't mind," the tigress nodded. "Follow me, but be careful, it rained recently, and now the ground is slippery." Naruko followed Chihiro. The green meadow, which had seemed endless before, soon ended in a dense forest. It wafted something unknown, hidden from the eyes of a simple person. The girl shuddered imperceptibly. For some reason she felt uneasy. Watching the tigress confidently walk forward, straight into the thicket, Yoko sighed heavily and followed her, carefully stepping on the wet ground and stepping over the damp protruding tree roots. After the heat in Konoha, it was cold here. Shivering from the cold, Yoko accelerated the circulation of chakra in her body, thereby warming herself. They walked for about 10 minutes, and during that time Naruko slipped a couple of times. No matter how good a shinobi she was, slippery rocks and grass were still a problem. A couple of times the girl's foot simply slipped forward, and she lost her balance. "I'll take boots with normal soles," she decided for herself. Soon they came to small stone caves. Almost every one of them had one or more tigers lying in it. There were white ones with black stripes, like Chihiro, and orange and black ones. Naruko had never seen such a large gathering of wild cats before. And to be honest, it even amazed her. The girl also couldn't help but notice the fact that the tigers always bowed to Chihiro when she passed by. She must be very respected here, the Jinchuriki realized and quickened her pace as Chihiro moved further ahead. Soon the tigress and her companion reached a huge cave. Entering inside, Yoko looked around. Inside, the cave was beautifully decorated with various flowers, herbs, dried fruits, and young shoots of trees and bushes. And on the ceiling, stones were shining, obviously precious ones that can only be found in Orototego. Finally, Chihiro stopped, and Naruko froze behind her. On a soft brown mat, obviously dragged from the human world, sat a huge white tiger. It was so huge that Yoko had to lift her head up. Perhaps, if she were asked to compare the size of this tiger with any building in Konoha, she would, without a second's hesitation, name the Hokage's residence. The girl bowed low, showing all her respect. So you are the young lady that Chihiro summoned? He asked. Yes. My name is Yoko Naruko. But Yoko? Are you really the daughter of the Kyubi no Yoko, the nine-tailed demon fox? Yes, but how do you know? There are many people in the world with the surname no Yoko. We tigers are the keepers of many secrets of the human world, the tiger said in a deep voice, waving its striped tail. History was made before our eyes, and we recorded it. Nothing can be hidden or concealed from us. People are simple and predictable to us. At least, that was the case until your mother appeared. No one expected her to have a child from a bijou. That's nonsense. You are an impossible child, your very birth is incredible. We have been watching you since your birth, and now we are happy to offer you a contract with us. But are you ready? Do you want this? Or would you prefer to leave? Yes, I'm ready, Naruko answered. I'll be only too happy. Well, then we'll need some of your blood. A normal-sized tiger brought a small scroll to the girl in its mouth. However, as soon as she touched it, it instantly increased in size and unrolled on its own. The scroll itself had only 10 or 15 names written on it. Apparently, not many people agreed to sign anything with tigers and blood. You must write your name on the scroll with your blood. After that, smear the blood on your fingertips and touch them here. The small tiger showed where to put the seal. Naruko did everything as he said. That's it. You signed a summoning contract with us. When you return to Konoha, train. Depending on how much chakra you put into the summoning, that's the size of the tiger. Is that clear? Any questions? Yes. What is your name? She asked, looking at the shiny fur of the giant beast. Yes. I forgot to introduce myself, I apologize. My name is Yamaru. Now it's time for you to go. Naruko only opened her mouth to ask Yamaru-san something, but she didn't have time. She seemed to be swirling in some kind of whirlpool. And as soon as she blinked, the tiger cave disappeared, and the house where the girl lived appeared before her eyes. Hinata waited patiently for her friend in the central park of Konoha. It wasn't that Naruko was a big fan of being late, quite the opposite. She always tried to come early, but on this day everything went somehow not according to plan. Young Hyuga sighed sadly, and then checked the time again, thinking that perhaps she was the one who came early, but no. Sorry, Hinata, I'm late, a loud cry suddenly rang out, and the girl turned around. No Yoko was running towards her at full speed. Her braid, which had looked perfectly styled before, was a little disheveled, and now thin red hairs were sticking out of it. The girl's eyes were feverishly shining, and Hyuga immediately understood that something had happened, something very good. It's okay, Naruko-chan, she replied. I asked you to just call me Naruko. My friend snorted reproachfully. And I'll tell you something now. But first, the purpose of our meeting. Hinata nodded and handed her friend a handkerchief to wipe the sweat from her forehead. Although Yoko wasn't out of breath, her face was damp. And then they quickly walked away from the park in search of the right store. Naruko excitedly told about what happened to her, and the more she talked, the more surprised and shocked Hinata looked. Suddenly, a stone whistled past Yoko's ear. She managed to dodge it. It turned out that some unpleasant man with a huge belly decided to say a few rude things to her. The girl only pursed her lips, but did not answer, since she had long been accustomed to such treatment. Soon the friends reached a small shop that had everything for shinobi. Their arrival was announced by a bell hanging above the door. The sound that rang out filled the almost empty shop. A cool breeze rushed in through the open door. The girls closed the door and went deeper into the shop. Naruko immediately ran up to the orange suit. Orange is her main weakness, inherited from her mother, according to Kurama's words, of course. The girl grabbed it and went into the fitting room. Hinata remained patiently waiting for her friend outside, looking for something for herself. Her favorite jacket was already quite worn. When Yoko came out, Hinata smiled widely. The outfit fit Naruto perfectly, a gray mesh turtleneck top with an orange one-shoulder crop top with three-quarter sleeves, a short orange skirt and black knee-length shorts that suited her friend terribly. "Well, how is it?" she asked. "Excellent," Hyuga answered honestly. "I agree with the girl," Kurama whispered. "Great. Then I'll take it. Now all that's left is to buy bags of shurikens, kunai, and pay for the whole thing." So, they continued shopping. An hour passed by unnoticed. After the store, they decided to go in for ice cream, and then just swing on the swings, like before. Time flew by quickly, even too quickly. The friends had to part when Hinata's mentor from the clan came for her, and the girl, saying goodbye until tomorrow, ran after him. Naruko sat there for a while, completely alone, thinking that she envied her friend. She might have had a strained relationship with her father, but she still had a whole clan. No, Yoko had only herself and a father who couldn't even hug her in real life. Arriving home, Naruko washed her new suit and hung it to dry on the balcony. She hid the bags with the weapons she had bought on the bottom shelf of the nightstand, where her favorite katana, which she had received as a member of ANBU, lay. Putting on a fox mask and a secret unit uniform, throwing on a long cloak and taking the katana, she disappeared into thin air. There was no waiting for her ANBU duties. Even if she hadn't gotten much sleep last night, even if she had only managed to get a little nap in class today, the job was still a job that paid well. To be honest, the girl wasn't happy about the fact that she became a part of ANBU. Yes, she got a good place to live, but was tangible and literally felt on the tongue. It was expressed in the fact that she had no other friends besides Hinata, that she didn't get enough sleep, that she saw the harsh life of a shinobi earlier than she should have, that she started killing from childhood, that she was deprived of this childhood itself. Naruko returned only at 4 o'clock in the morning. School started at 9, she had to get up an hour before. But Yoko groaned in resignation, she would not have a normal sleep. And she was right. Early in the morning, she was awakened by a rumble in the kitchen. Jumping up from her seat, the girl grabbed a shuriken and ran out to the noise in her pajamas, preparing to attack the enemy who dared to get into her house. However, Naruko was in for a big surprise when instead of some spy, she saw Jiraiya eating cookies and looking as stupid as possible. There was a chair lying nearby and, putting two and two together, Yoko immediately realized that her careless godfather was just an elephant. "Hello, Naruto," he smiled innocently at her. He was still the same. Kind, relaxed, and smiling. His hair seemed to have grown even longer, and the girl grimaced with displeasure at this fact. Again, she would have to collect long white hairs all over the house. "What are you doing here at?" She glanced at her watch and was horrified. 6 in the morning. "I came to visit you. You should have warned me in advance. It's only 6, and I want to sleep. Don't make noise, please." "And why did you come anyway? Can't I visit my goddaughter? Especially since I need material for the next book." "Naked girls are not material," the girl reminded him instructively. "Okay, come here, let me hug you." They chatted for a while longer. Jiraiya was such a kind and bright person that his very appearance gave Naruko the strength and energy she simply needed after several practically sleepless nights. True, this effect of the Sannin wore off when he was not around, and the girl entered the classroom tired and a little sleepy. Iruka-sensei was not there yet, so the girl, not paying attention to anything, plopped down in her seat and put her head in her hands. Soon, someone pulled out a chair and sat down next to her. Naruko thought that Hinata was a bit early today, but quickly forgot about it. But not even a minute had passed before a whole bunch of girls had gathered around her place. But Yoko looked up at the source of the noise in surprise, inwardly indignant. "Naruto, can I sit in your seat?" asked the same arrogant girl with pink hair, whose name the girl didn't even think to remember. "This is my seat. Why should I move?" And only now did Yoko notice who was causing this mess. Sasuke sat next to her, looking casual. Naruto blinked in surprise and looked around, checking if she was even in her place. As it turned out, she was. So it was Uchiha who sat down next to her. Because I want to sit next to Sasuke-kun, Sakura replied forcefully. Go ahead. This is my place. And next to it is Hinata's place. So let this Sasuke move, but I'm not going to, Naruko answered slowly, glancing at the boy out of the corner of her eye. His face was expressionless, but Yoko noticed how tightly he clenched his fists on the table. It seemed that what she said was unpleasant to him, but the girl could do nothing about it. This was not his place, let him go and not create problems for her. Although somewhere deep inside she thought it was quite interesting and cute that he decided to sit down next to her himself. It meant he hadn't forgotten about that incident 6 years ago when he saved her. I repeat, move. Haruno shouted. No, Naruko responded laconically. I didn't want to do this, but it looks like I'll have to teach you some manners. Since you can't understand it the easy way, I'll have to use brute force, exclaimed a blonde with a fringe over one eye standing nearby. The other girls supported her. In the heat of the argument, they didn't even notice how Sasuke stood up and walked around the desk in front, wanting to move. Risk your health. Naruko, tired of enduring this, stood up to her full height and looked at the girls. I'm not responsible for the consequences. Suddenly, someone pushed her to the side, someone else tripped her when she reflexively took a step back, and Yoko, who did not expect such strength from an ordinary girl, although she was quite fat, so it was not surprising where so much power came from, almost fell. Someone's hands caught her, and she herself grabbed the shirt of her savior with all her strength. The classroom became silent in an instant. Sasuke-kun? The fat woman blinked stupidly, and Naruko raised her head. Her savior really was Uchiha Sasuke. Are you okay? He asked. Yes, thank you, the girl answered. Then she quickly peeled herself away from the boy, adjusting her sweater and apologizing. Sasuke only nodded and turned away, walking away somewhere ahead, but Naruko managed to notice that his cheeks had turned slightly red and his eyes were shining. Then Iruka-sensei entered the classroom, putting an end to the whole mess with his appearance alone. He threw the magazine on the table and stood in front of the board, watching the children slowly disperse to their places. Hinata still hadn't shown up. Okay, guys, the lesson is starting, Yumino said, and the next moment the annoying bell rang. Time passed quickly and unnoticed. Identical weekdays followed one another. The exams that Iruka-sensei talked about literally every day were getting closer and closer to their heels, so it was no surprise that many children were pale and twitchy by the end of their studies. Naruko was not one of them. On the contrary, she began to skip classes more often, which worried Sasuke. No matter how much he tried to act like an ice prince, he would occasionally glance at the desk where Hinata and Yoko were sitting. And if the former regularly attended classes, the latter was nowhere to be found. Uchiha walked around the village several times all day long in the hope of meeting Naruko, but she never showed up, and there was no point in asking the villagers about it. They only happily answered, she disappeared, and that's great. Sasuke did not understand this attitude and the reasons for it, but he was unable to find out the truth from either sensei or anyone else. Iruka-sensei himself answered evasively that Yoko was sick, but Uchiha did not believe it. He even caught Hinata after school once, but she, squealing something in fear, since she was afraid that the other girls would tear her apart after something like that, ran away. Naruko showed up only for the written exam. She came, sat down, wrote everything she knew, handed over the paper and left. Sasuke, who went out after her, did not find the girl anywhere, and so he could only wait for the next exams, which were practical. When they arrived, the young man happily noted that the girl was there and chatting with Hinata about something, smiling occasionally. He really liked that smile, but of course he wasn't going to say it out loud. But Yoko was taking the exam before him, but like last time, he couldn't catch her. But the Konoha forehead protector felt pleasantly heavy in his hand. At least there was something good about this day. The next stage was the distribution into teams, and this excited all the children, including Sasuke, who hit it well. He hoped that his team would have strong and smart genin. For example, Shikamaru Nara, he was quite a genius, albeit lazy. Or Shino Aburame, a secretive, but sensible boy. Or, of course, Naruko. That day, Uchiha came earlier than usual, but Yoko was late, but she didn't look guilty at all. "Can I come in?" she asked. She was wearing the same suit she and Hinata had bought at the store, and the Konoha forehead protector was glittering around her neck. "Yeah, come in," Yumino said, not even looking at her. The girl shrugged and sat down next to Hinata. "Where was I?" Team 7, Sakura Haruno, Uchiha Sasuke. At these words, Sakura happily jumped up, screaming at the whole class and sticking her tongue out at her blonde friend, and Yoko Naruko. That's when Haruno's mood dropped. "Excuse me, Iruka-sensei, but why am I on a team with this Naruko?" Sakura asked, raising her hand. She looked so angry and displeased that her anger could probably destroy all of Konoha. "The teams have been selected based on your abilities, to create balance in the team," Yumino snapped. Next. Team 8, Hinata Hyuga, Kiba Inuzuka, and Shino Aburame. This went on for some time. When the lists were announced, Iruka-sensei put the magazine away, said a few parting words, shed a tear and went to the teacher's room, leaving the children to wait for their new teachers. As soon as he left, a fierce debate broke out between the female part of the class regarding Sasuke and the place of Sakura and Naruko on the same team with him. And if no, Yoko sat silently at her desk, frankly lounging. Then Haruno turned up her nose and looked at the Uchiha with a tender gaze. Gradually, the Jonins arrived and took their new charges. In less than half an hour, there were only 12 students left in the class, and after another 15 minutes, only 3. So where is he? The senseis of the other teams have already arrived. Haruno was indignant, puffing. But, thinking that this was a good opportunity to spend more time with Sasuke, she sat down next to him and started chattering about something. The basis of her ranting was how their new sensei was not punctual and how easy the exams were. Eventually, Uchiha rose from his seat, walked around the desk, and, under Sakura's surprised gaze, moved over to sit next to Naruko, who waved her hand in greeting and then laid her head on the desk, waiting for Haruno's angry tirade, which didn't take long to come. "How did the exams go?" Yoko asked Sasuke when Haruno, having resigned herself, fell silent. "Okay," he replied, the first word he'd spoken all morning. "But that kunai problem seemed weird to me." "There was a catch," Naruko said. "They actually wanted us to consider the kunai the shinobi had in his bag when they mentioned her. It was a test of our knowledge of the basics." "That's how it is." "That's what I thought." Sakura, who had wanted to say something before, bit her tongue. She still couldn't solve this problem. Then there was silence. Sasuke's expression made it clear that he wanted to ask something, but he didn't dare, because Haruno was nearby. Naruko, who understood this immediately, only smiled slightly. After all, the Uchiha was nice and knew how to respect other people and their personal space and secrets. "Where is HHHE?" Sakura whined at the 5th hour. "He should be here soon." "Sensei likes to be at least 5 hours late," Yoko responded. "How do you know what he likes?" Haruno asked suspiciously. "I've known him since I was 5. She disappeared at 5, Sasuke thought. Another piece appeared in his internal mosaic. And then the door opened, letting their new sensei into the classroom. He was tall, wearing a Jonin uniform, and his right eye, the only open area of skin on his face, was filled with boredom and fatigue. "Yo, here I am," he said, raising his hand in greeting. Sakura immediately launched into an angry tirade about careless teachers and watches. "Sorry I'm late, I just got lost on the road of life." He just scratched the back of his head at all the girls' exclamations. "Okay, let's go meet each other on the roof." After a short climb up the stairs and opening the door leading to the roof, the entire team sat down on the ledges next to each other. Kakashi decided to remain standing, leaning his lower back on the metal side. "Well, let's get acquainted. Tell me a little about yourself." "Show me an example, tell me first," Haruno asked. "Okay. My name is Kakashi Hitaki, what I love or dislike is none of your business, my life is long, I'll just say that I'm a jounin." Hobbies are none of your business either, dreams are personal. Now it's up to you. My name is Haruno Sakura. I love. My dream. My hobby. After each word, she looked at Sasuke and blushed. But I hate Naruko. I can't stand her. Hatake nodded, pursing his lips, which was not noticeable behind the mask. But Yoko raised her eyebrows. In principle, it was expected, but who knew that she would not be embarrassed to say so. Next was the Uchiha's turn. My name is Sasuke Uchiha. I like few things, I don't like almost everything, my hobby is training. I don't have a dream, only a goal, to find one person. He was gloomy, and Naruko immediately realized that it would not be limited to just finding. Most likely, he would try to kill him. Remembering the night when the Uchiha clan was slaughtered, the girl immediately understood who he was talking about. Then it was her turn to introduce herself. My name is no Yoko Naruko. I love my friends. I don't like stupidity. My dream. I agree with Sasuke, it's not a dream, but a goal that I won't talk about. It's personal. In reality, Naruko wanted to destroy Danzo and disband Root. And even though the original purpose of creating Root was good and worthy of respect, it rotted when its leader rotted. But Yoko sincerely hated this organization, which ruined the lives of not only her and Sasuke, but also hundreds of other people, most of whom were Root Anbu themselves. Excellent. So, we've met. We'll meet tomorrow at the 4th training ground at 8 in the morning. Don't eat anything, but you can drink. Don't be late. You'll pass the Genin exam. Kakashi clapped his hands. But we handed it in at the academy, Sakura was surprised. And this is my personal test. Whoever fails will be sent back to the academy. By everyone, Hatake waved his hand, smiled, and disappeared into the haze. Good luck tomorrow, Naruko said, standing up and turning around. It's going to be tough. Thank you, Sasuke thanked and stood after her, leaving the roof. Sakura was left sitting all alone. Naruko was sleeping peacefully in her bed, curled up in a fetal position, when the alarm clock rang obnoxiously. The girl blindly groped around on the bedside table, trying to grab the source of the unpleasant noise. Turning off the alarm on the 3rd try and glancing at the time, Yoko groaned and buried herself deeper in the blanket. The clock showed 7 in the morning. And even though Kakashi had said to come at 8, Naruto knew him too well to be sure that the real test would start somewhere around 2. Aren't you going to get up? Kurama asked sarcastically. No. Leave me alone, I want to sleep, the girl muttered in response. Wake me up at 11. You'll be late. No more than sensei. With these words, she fell into a doze, which soon turned into a deep sleep. Naruto dreamed of some fragments of everyday life of Anbu, some waterfalls, and Sasuke. He was unusually smiling, but Yoko could not help but admit the fact that the image of a smiling Uchiha made her heart skip a beat. When the small hand was at 11 and the big one at 12, the alarm rang again. Kurama, who was faithfully fulfilling his mission, to make his own daughter get up, spoke along with it. Naruko wasn't the kind of person who had trouble getting up. When she had to go somewhere, she woke up immediately, but when it was time to rest, she preferred to lie in bed for another 15 minutes. Just like this time. Only 20 minutes later did she bother to get up and wash herself. Then the girl quickly cooked some rice, added a raw egg to it and ate her rather meager breakfast. The food in the refrigerator had run out, which meant that she would have to go to the store. Naruko appeared at the training ground only at 12:30. Sakura, who was the first to notice Naruko, indignantly jumped to her feet and began shouting something, accusing the girl of being unpunctually on time. You're late. Haruno exclaimed angrily, not understanding why she was so angry, either because Yoko was late, or because she had come at all. Naruko, noticing Sasuke nearby, instantly understood everything. Apparently, these two spent several hours alone, and during this time, Uchiha managed to turn Haruno down 10 times, if not more. But Yoko nodded to Uchiha in greeting, and his lips twitched into a slight half-smile, which angered Sakura even more. I ask again, why were you late? The poor Kunoichi pursed her lips. She looked like a beaten dog, but her green eyes were flashing. Her hatred towards me is probably not just empty words, Naruko realized, but instead she replied coolly. Should I report to you? The girl plopped down near Sasuke and opened her backpack, which had been hanging on her back until then. Then Yoko began rummaging through it, looking for a small gift for her new teammates. No matter how much Sakura annoyed her, no matter how arrogant Sasuke was and how much he didn't like to work alone, Naruko knew Kakashi's true goals. Moreover, she was sure that this test was also aimed at her, to check how well she could get along with new people. But Yoko had been in contact with Hatake since their distant childhood. They had known each other for at least 7 years. Kakashi had become something of a guardian to her. He knew who her father was, he knew the truth that the Namikaze Uzumaki couple was keeping, but he preferred to remain silent. Naruto respected him for that. After rummaging around in her bag a little more, she pulled out a small bag from which came the intoxicating smell of a meat and onion pie. Sasuke and Sakura's mouths instantly filled with saliva, Haruno even swallowed hard. Here, take this. She handed the package of pies to Sasuke and Sakura. You probably haven't eaten anything since morning. And it's bad for your stomach. But Sensei said, Haruno began. Who cares what he said? Do you know why teams are created in the first place? What is the Hokage's goal? Asked Naruko. So that we can work in a team, thereby helping each other. And also, working in a team gives a greater result than when you are alone. That's right. The point of testing our sensei is for us to learn to work together as a single organism. You are weaker than him, and you won't be able to handle him alone, but if we work together, we'll take the bells. What are these bells? Asked Sasuke, who was chewing on a pie. Our mission is to take the bells, Yoko replied, putting her bag down. We'll be lucky if he doesn't open his left eye, which is unlikely. What's wrong with his left eye? Haruno asked. You don't know? Naruto raised an eyebrow mockingly, watching Sakura's cheeks turn red with indignation and embarrassment. It was funny. You're the best student in the class. You could have thought to find out something about him instead of chasing after Sasuke. He'll be here soon. We need to come up with a plan of action, Sasuke said, getting to the point, dusting off his hands. Naruko nodded. She took out a notebook, pen, and pencil from her bag and began to talk about their new sensei, suggesting strategies along the way based on their strengths. Of course, but Yoko wasn't sure they could defeat Hatake if he fought at full power, but she knew he would give in once he saw them working together. Still, his goal is not to throw them into a second year of training at the academy, but to convey the essence of being a ninja and the truth about how important mutual assistance is in a team. And this should already prompt Sakura and Sasuke that they should reconsider their views on their teammates. Hatake showed up only an hour later. He was still scratching his head and looking as stupid as possible. Naruto understood that he was just trying to create the appearance of a talentless and worthless sensei who could be defeated in 5 seconds, so that he could then put Sasuke and Sakura in their place with a couple of techniques. Sorry, I just met a black cat on the way and had to go around it, he said, chuckling. And you went around the entire village just to avoid her? Sakura asked with some irritation, but Yoko had already told them that Kakashi was simply a big latecomer who didn't want to show up on time for any events that didn't interest him. For example, such as a meeting with a new team of genin or his first training with them. I had to, Hatake replied, pretending to sigh and shrugging his shoulders. Okay, let's get started. Your task is to take these bells. The copy ninja showed 2 silver bells that swayed slightly in the wind and rang melodically. You have until 3 o'clock in the afternoon. As soon as the alarm rings, your exam will be over. But there are only 2 bells here, Sakura said quietly, calculating in her head which of the 3 of them would get them. That's right. Anyone who doesn't take the bell will fail the exam and be sent back to the academy. I have to take this bell and stay with Sasuke-kun, and send Naruko back to the academy. Sakura thought decisively, completely forgetting about Yoko's words. Naruko looked at her teammate indignantly, and she lowered her eyes in shame. As much as Haruno would have liked to be alone with Sasuke, it was not destined to happen. Sasuke kept an impartial expression on his face, only moving his shoulder, warming it up. So far, everything was going as Naruko had said. And that meant that very soon it would be time to put their plan into action. It was simple, designed so that Hatake wouldn't expect an immediate joint attack from the students. So, they would be able to finish the task in about 5 minutes and go home. Well, let's begin. Kakashi gave a signal, and all 3 genin quickly disappeared. Hatake found where Sakura and Sasuke were hiding in a second. The first was lying in the bushes, and the second was sitting on a tree branch. Only Naruko was nowhere to be found. Hatake looked around the clearing again, but still couldn't find the girl. And then he chuckled contentedly. The years spent in ANBU hadn't let her down. And that meant that his training hadn't been in vain. On the other hand, he was upset by the fact that the girl hadn't foreseen his plans and hadn't thought about working together with her teammates. The man moved to a branch of some tree. He had just settled down comfortably and opened the book when suddenly a fireball appeared on the periphery. Hatake jumped from that branch to another, surprised to see that Sasuke could already use elemental techniques at such a young age. The second ball set the tree under his feet on fire, and the man was forced to jump to the ground. Out of nowhere, Sakura appeared, her presence completely unnoticeable. In fact, the man could still sense her chakra near that very boulder. The copy ninja smiled contentedly. After all, Naruko had decided to cooperate with the others, which meant that she could put in a little more effort, but she still had to remember to play the game of giveaway. Haruno's kunai flew past Kakashi, who managed to dodge, and then a strange sound, similar to the chirping of birds, was heard from somewhere above. Hatake raised his head. It was Naruko, falling right on him. In her hands was a chidori, a technique that he taught her himself. Jonin dodged the attack, and the chidori crashed into the ground, leaving a crater behind it. But the man realized that this was another distraction only when the clone of Naruko appeared behind him and made a sweep. Hatake remained on his feet and counterattacked, but then another portion of shuriken flew from all sides. The man quickly formed seals, and a stone barrier appeared around him. The sound of metal clanging was heard as the weapon, having collided with the rough stone, flew off to the side. And the next moment there was a bang, followed by the familiar chirping, and the stone barrier fell under the power of the chidori. Kakashi dodged, arching his back, then again and again. Then fireballs from Sasuke flew from the side, but Hatake easily avoided them, landing far from the genin. Sasuke and Sakura were weak. Naruko didn't show her full potential, but they worked as a team, which was already good. He immediately saw good potential in all 3, realizing that they could easily become the strongest of their graduates. The only thing is that they need a little work. Then he noticed that the bells were flashing in Sakura's hands, and he looked down in surprise. He hadn't even noticed how the 3 of them had managed to steal them. "You are great. Teamwork is the most important thing in our village." He clapped his hands, but immediately became serious. "But I have a question, who will leave and who will stay?" "What did you mean?" Sakura asked, stunned, looking at her teammates. She clearly did not expect such a turn of events, thinking that everything would end there. "And the fact that there are only 2 bells, and there are 3 of you. This means that one of you will go back to the academy, but who?" Hatake looked at the genin attentively and expectantly. "Resolve this issue among yourselves." Haruno looked at the bells in her hands and then at Sasuke. He stood with his arms crossed over his chest. He was frowning but looked unwavering, which made the young kunoichi's heart flutter with love. Then she looked at Naruko. She was holding her right shoulder, from which a thin stream of blood was flowing, and looked back at Sakura. In general, the girl would have liked to just keep one bell for herself and give the other to Sasuke, but she understood that without Yoko's help they would not have ended up where they were now. I don't think we'll make any choice," Haruno said in a strangled voice. "We all contributed to this victory. Is there any way we can all 3 remain genin? Please?" At these words, Yoko turned her face away to hide her laughter. Sakura was naive, but, considering her hatred for Naruto, she was quite sweet in her words. Yes. Let's stop all this and go on our first mission tomorrow, the Jinchuriki nodded. I agree, Sasuke agreed. Kakashi looked at his students carefully, then crossed his arms over his chest. Well, he liked these newbies. Okay. From now on, you are all genin. We will meet tomorrow at 11 at this training ground. Bye, everyone. And he disappeared in a puff of smoke. The three newly minted genin were left alone. A happy Haruno immediately turned to Uchiha, beaming with a smile and bursting with happiness. She folded her hands in a prayer gesture, causing the bells in her hand to flutter and ring, and spoke in a thin voice. Sasuke-kun, let's. No, Uchiha replied, not even thinking about listening to the rest of Haruno's sentence. And then he looked at Yoko. His gaze was immediately drawn to the drying blood on her shoulder, and he asked, "What's wrong? Are you hurt?" "It's okay, just a small scratch." Sakura hit it with her kunai, "It'll heal," she waved it off. "Well, shall we meet tomorrow? You can come somewhere around 2 or 3 o'clock, sensei won't show up before that. And now, bye." She waved her hand and, just like Kakashi a minute earlier, disappeared into a puff of smoke. It was a very ordinary day. Friday evening was nothing special in the general hubbub of Konoha residents rushing home or to the nearest bar. It was simply the last hours before the long-awaited 2-day rest. Naruko was sitting in some alley, pressed against the wall of a wooden house. She was cold, her fragile girlish shoulders were covered with goosebumps, but Yoko didn't even think about moving from her place. She was only 6 years old. Only 6, but she already knew how cruel people were and how unfair life was. 15 months ago, she began training to become a member of ANBU. Techniques, shuriken, and chakra control were extremely difficult for the girl. She did not understand what was required of her, but no one tried to explain it to her more clearly. She had to learn on her own from her own numerous mistakes, which is why progress was minimal. But Yoko hated herself for how weak she was. Not just physically, but mentally too. Instead of pulling herself together and going to throw shurikens at the training ground one more time, she sat down in an alley and cried. "Hey, look, there's a demon sitting there," someone's drunken cry was heard. "Oh, that's right, it's that idiot," the other one giggled at him in surprise. Naruko turned around in fear. They were the drunk and cheerful villagers. Today was their last working day of the week, and they were clearly planning to have fun. An argument ensued about how exactly they were going to have fun. Tears streamed down the Jinchuriki's plump, childish cheeks with renewed vigor, and she realized that she had to run before she was caught. She had just stood up, trying to ignore the pain in her muscles and her scraped knee, when the first rock hit her. It hit her shoulder hard, and she hissed. Another hit her thigh, and another hit her forehead, scratching it and causing a trickle of blood to run down the bridge of her nose. But Yoko was hurt, and even more so, she was offended. She pursed her lips and took a few hesitant steps back, hoping that there was an exit from this alley and that she would be able to run, although her legs were no longer holding her. Then a tomato flew at her, then another, and another. And then a banana peel. Several more people joined the partying drunks, finding the game interesting and funny. Naruko trudged back as the crowd pressed on her. Someone took a garbage bag out of the trash can and threw it at the girl. She barely put her hands down to keep the bag from hitting her body. It still hurt. And then something terrible happened. Yoko's back touched a cold stone, and the girl realized that she was trapped. Tears, accompanied by the friendly laughter of the crowd, flowed with renewed vigor, and Naruko became very scared. What would they do to her? She would be lucky if they simply beat her up, but if something worse happened? Then the contents of the nearest garbage can were dumped on her head. An unpleasant smell wafted out, making her nose sting and her eyes water. Something nasty and viscous flowed down the girl's shoulder. The crowd towering over her only laughed. "Daddy, Daddy, help," she whispered in horror, seeing some fat-bellied man swinging. "Who are you calling, little orphan?" he grinned. And the next second he struck the first blow. Or rather, tried to. Suddenly his hand collided with some bright orange barrier. There was a nasty crunch, the man broke his arm. The next second, Naruto was enveloped in a red, bubbly chakra. The girl's cheek stripes became more visible, her fingernails grew longer, her even teeth turned into sharp fangs, and a menacing roar erupted from her mouth. Everyone nearby recoiled, screaming something about a true demon. Suddenly, as if by magic, several ANBU fighters appeared. They formed seals, and a dark purple barrier formed around the girl in the tailed beast's cloak, preventing the Kyuubi's power from escaping beyond its boundaries. One of the ANBU members, the one in the elephant mask, quickly moved to the girl's back, but a red translucent tail hit him in the stomach, and he flew off and crashed into the wall of the house, wheezing. While the girl was distracted by this person, another ANBU member in an L mask, ignoring Yoko's scratched hand, attached a seal to the girl's forehead, and in an instant, all the orange chakra disappeared, and her nails and teeth became normal in shape and length. The next moment, the scarlet-haired girl fell unconscious onto the cold ground. Naruko woke up in a cold sweat. Her eyes darted wildly in different directions, and she herself was breathing heavily. Her brain slowly turned on, realizing reality. Unclenching her fingers that were tightly clutching the blanket, the girl sat up in bed, looking at her hands. They were their usual size again, and not tiny, like in that nightmare. Somehow standing up, swaying as she did so, Yoko went to the bathroom. After rinsing herself with cold water, the girl looked into the wall mirror. What she saw, what was it? Just a bad dream? Or just a fragment of the past that had slipped from her memory? Then why did he suddenly decide to return? "Everything's fine," a familiar voice whispered in the girl's head, and she realized that her hands had been shaking all this time. "Dad, what was that? Why don't I remember it?" Naruko asked in a quiet whisper. "It happened a long time ago. I'm sorry, I hid it from you, but it was better this way. You shouldn't have remembered it." She nodded weakly and closed her eyes, trying to calm down. She didn't understand why this memory had such a big impact on her, but she couldn't get rid of this nasty feeling. The whole day, which began with an unpleasant awakening, went awry. First, Kakashi was 6 hours late, then Sakura was constantly whining, then they were weeding some beds, then, dirty, they were looking for a cat that had scratched them from head to toe, and only closer to evening they returned to the Hokage, tired and fed up. "You're doing well," the Hokage said, his voice creaking slightly with age. "You're handling every mission I give you fairly quickly and well. Kakashi said your teamwork has improved, which means it's time to give you a more serious mission." "Hooray!" Sakura shouted joyfully, but immediately fell silent in shame, noticing the disapproving looks of her teammates. "As I said, I will give you a more serious mission. Previously, you have only completed D-rank missions, but today I will give you a C-rank. Your task is to escort a certain person to the Land of Waves. His name is Tazuna, and he is an architect." At these words, the door to the Hokage's office opened and a man of about 60 walked in. He had ash-colored hair and an unkempt beard. He had glasses on his nose and a hat shaped like the top of an onion. This architect reeked of booze so strongly that Sakura winced. The guy was very unpleasant and clearly close to becoming an alcoholic in his old age. "And these little ones will accompany me? Wasn't there someone stronger?" he asked. His voice was just unpleasant. It wasn't high or low, hoarse or melodic. Just unpleasant, like Tazuna himself. "Excuse me?" Sakura asked slowly. "You look a bit weak. Especially the one with the red hair. What is this fashion for different colored eyes? It's just awful." But Yoko closed her eyes, holding back her anger. It wasn't her fault she had heterochromia. "A typical team for C-rank missions," the Hokage shrugged. "These guys are pretty capable, and their mentor is one of Konoha's best shinobi, so there's no need to doubt them." Tazuna gritted his teeth, but remained silent, and then took another swig from the bottle. Okay. We'll meet at the gate tomorrow at 3, Hatake eased the tension and sent the genin home. The surprising thing was that this time Kakashi was only 15 minutes late. Sakura, when she saw Sensei on the horizon, widened her eyes in surprise, and he just laughed, like, I can sometimes be on time too. Not that it affected their further march. Hatake walked in front, reading his lewd book. Behind him was Sakura, who kept glancing back. Behind Sakura, right in the middle of the line, was Tazuna, who was practically constantly drinking. Behind Tazuna was Sasuke, trying to hide the fact that he was feeling terribly stuffy in his turtleneck. And finally, the whole line was brought up by Naruko. She rarely got to go outside the village. She could count on one hand the number of times she stepped outside Konoha's gates, but each time it was a wonderful feeling. It was like she was flying free from her cage, freed from all the chains that bound her to the village. They had been walking for several hours. The sun was gradually setting, and Tazuna, not used to such long walks, was whining about needing a rest stop. True, this whining was ignored by Kakashi with surprising tenacity. He kept promising that they would sit down soon, but in fact nothing changed. There will be hot springs further on. Another hour or so on foot, Kakashi said thoughtfully, scratching his chin. No, I can't stand it. The architect got angry. I won't take a step from here. And, as promised, he froze in place, crossing his arms over his chest. Hatake sighed heavily. Maybe we should take a short break? Sakura suggested hesitantly, her legs starting to ache quite a bit. She wasn't used to such exertion. For the first time in his life, Sasuke agreed with her, chuckling positively, and Haruno, who had not expected this, almost burst into a squeal that could be heard throughout the entire area. Then I suggest we leave the road a little deeper into the forest, Hatake answered slowly. Naruko, following his gaze, raised her eyebrows. There were 2 puddles on the ground. On a hot, sunny day, and 2 puddles. She shook her head, thinking that it was a good attempt, but a failure. Taking a shuriken from her pouch, she threw it into the nearest puddle. What are you doing? Haruno breathed out in surprise. You can't just throw weapons around like that. Calm down, Yoko waved her off. Here the puddles strangely twisted and began to grow, gradually turning from a mass of water into completely human figures. Haruno froze with her mouth open, and Sasuke and Naruko, as if on command, surrounded Tazuna, protecting him. How did you recognize us? Asked one of the shinobi. There are no puddles in the heat, especially with chakra, Naruko answered, taking out another kunai. What are you doing here? The girl asked, but in response she only received steel chains flying out of the iron glove of one of the shinobi. They were both from Kiri, so their fighting techniques were the same. And, most importantly, they were familiar to Yoko like the back of her hand. She easily dodged the first chain, ordering Sakura not to catch flies with her mouth, but to protect the architect, who was so scared that he dropped the bottle of unfinished sake. Naruko ran at the enemy head-on, and then, easily and quickly moving behind one of the ninja, she kicked him in the shoulder. The man staggered back, but remained on his feet. Then Kakashi stepped in, not even bothering to lift his headband or activate his Sharingan. But Yoko got a second opponent. He was smaller than his friend, but just as agile. They met in taijutsu, and the girl could not help but acknowledge his strength. He hit quickly and accurately, putting all his effort into each blow, which caused Naruko to fly a couple of times. But Yoko herself was no pushover. She dodged the vertical strike, gracefully, like a cat, and then grabbed the opponent's finger, yanking it the other way, breaking it. The shinobi couldn't help but scream, and it was this moment of brief distraction from the fight that the girl used to quickly intercept the kunai with her other hand and thrust it into the man's leg. He took a step back reflexively, and Naruko stunned him with a sharp blow to the ear. She could have sworn that the man's ears were ringing right now. With a final sweep, the shinobi fell to the ground, but Yoko stabbed him with a kunai right in the heart. Crimson blood flowed, soaking into his clothes and staining them brown and dark. The man wheezed, and blood bubbled on his lips, and then he weakened, staring blankly into space. He was dead. Naruto stood up, pulling out a bloody kunai, and turned around. Kakashi had pinned his opponent down and was waiting for her. Sakura and Tazuna had turned pale and were staring at her, and Sasuke, though he was trying to appear calm, was giving away his state with his shaking hands. You shouldn't have killed him. After all, Sasuke and Sakura are still children, Kakashi said quietly. They are shinobi first and foremost, not children, Naruko snapped. So, are you going to tell me why you attacked us and what you want, or do you want to repeat your friend's fate? Naruko asked calmly, looking at the shinobi that Hatake was holding. I won't tell you anything, the man hissed. His tongue moved strangely in his mouth. Kakashi, immediately realizing what was happening, used his fingers to pry open his jaw, but it was too late. The prisoner's body went limp and he fell to the ground, dead. Poison, Hatake gave his verdict. He's been holding it in his mouth all this time. Well, I mean. What have you hidden from us? He asked, turning to Tazuna. The architect muttered something and began to sweat. It seemed that all his hangover had vanished in an instant. He began to shake and tried to run, but Kakashi blocked his escape in an instant. Either you tell us everything now, or we leave you here and go back to Konoha. How many other different criminals are hunting you? Who do you think will kill you first? Let's sit down first. It's a long story. They spread 2 blankets on the grass near the road and sat down. During all this time, no one made a sound, and Uchiha constantly looked back at Naruko. And even though this did not go unnoticed by Haruno, the girl preferred to remain silent. Now she was afraid to just be near no Yoko. When they finally sat down, the architect spoke. He told them about the past of the Land of Waves, about poverty, about the bridge and the local oligarch Grouch who wanted to crush the local population. Tazuna called himself the last hope of his country, and then tried to press on pity with stories about his son and grandson. Sakura became emotional, hiding from the others a single tear that rolled down her cheek. The others remained silent. We will continue the mission, since we have already taken it on, Hatake delivered his verdict after a while. But under several conditions. First, we still send the Hokage bird. Second, I become the leader and head of the mission. If I deem it too dangerous, we will immediately return to Konoha. Third, from now on, you always tell us the whole truth. Understood? Tazuna nodded weakly. Naruto understood why Kakashi decided to continue the mission. After all, if the task was successfully completed, Konoha would gain a small but long-term ally in the form of the Wave Country, which in itself was already good. On the other hand, she was against it. The mission was dangerous for Sasuke and Sakura. Especially for Sakura. An hour later, they set off again and did not take any breaks until they reached the hot springs. Under the unfinished bridge, cutting through the smooth surface of the water, a lonely boat with 6 passengers was floating. The boat made almost no noise, only the man with the oar occasionally sighed heavily. Sakura was silent, shifting her uncertain gaze from Naruto to Sasuke, not even knowing what to say. They had been on the road for a day and a half, and that was more than enough time for Haruno to process everything that had happened. Namely, the murder committed by Yoko. The girl at that moment was merciless to her enemy, and this frightened Sakura. It seemed incredible to her that you could just wave your hand and take someone's life. She tried not to think about the fact that killing was a part of the shinobi life, and that one day it would happen to her too. Sasuke, unlike Sakura, did not digest what happened for so long. He had already seen death, thereby awakening the Sharingan. These shinobi were nothing to him. The only thing he regretted was that in this situation he was absolutely useless and could not help his team. Kakashi looked at the book with a thoughtful expression. Because of the fog, he could hardly see what was written there, but the man did not care. He knew all the pages by heart, and hiding his face behind the thick cover calmed him down, gave him the opportunity to think and pretend to be very busy, so that no one would bother him. Tazuna, who had not touched the bottle for 2 days already, and was behaving quite adequately and normally, was sitting on pins and needles, which could not but escape Yoko's insightful glance. It meant that new, stronger enemies were waiting for them. On the one hand, this was good. But on the other, they would have to worry more about protecting Sasuke, Tazuna, and Sakura. Why are we swimming in such silence? And why are we even swimming and not walking? It's faster on foot. Sakura couldn't stand the oppressive atmosphere. Because it's safer. Please, please, keep your voice down, Kakashi practically whispered back. But why? We are shinobi. We can fight back against enemies. We don't need to hide. The girl noted sullenly. There are shinobi who are many times stronger than me, and even more so than you. The fact that we met two ninja from the mist who were hired by someone means that there will be other enemies. Our main task is to protect Lord Tazuna from missing Nin from other hidden villages. No, Yoko answered her quietly. We don't want any unnecessary clashes with enemies. With every second there is more and more chakra in the air, so be quiet, Kakashi interrupted them, tearing himself away from the book and putting it in his pouch. What are you talking about? Sasuke tensed up. The enemy is somewhere nearby, Hatake answered briefly. Everyone, as if on command, tensed up, warily peering into the foggy emptiness. Finally, the boat gently hit the shore. The shinobi carefully climbed out of it and helped the architect out. The man who remained at the oar waved goodbye and hurried away. Suddenly, the bushes nearby began to move, and a white rabbit jumped out. A domestic rabbit. Just as Sakura and Sasuke breathed a sigh of relief, the next second something whistled over their heads and crashed into a tree. Naruko barely managed to grab her teammates by the tops of their heads and press on them, forcing them to bow their heads so as not to lose them. The object that almost decapitated them turned out to be a huge sword with a round hole closer to the tip. The sword fit perfectly into the tree, piercing it just enough. Then the silhouette of a bare-chested man materialized. He was dressed in light, baggy, vertically striped pants. On his feet were brown and white camouflage cloth boots. On his arms, the man had long arm guards the same color as the boots. The lower part of the stranger's face was hidden by a bandage, but it took Naruko 5 seconds to realize who was standing in front of her, Momochi Zabuza, a dangerous criminal from Kirigakure. And also one of the 7 swordsmen, which suggested that they might not be able to cope with such an opponent. He was too strong. Give me the architect and I won't touch you, Zabuza said in a cold, rough voice, looking at those gathered with some kind of disdain. And if we refuse? Naruko asked calmly, trying to quickly formulate a battle tactic in her head against such an enemy. As luck would have it, nothing worked. Who is it? Sakura asked quietly. This is Momochi Zabuza, Hatake answered her quietly as well. And who is he? Now is not the time to tell stories, Sakura, Yoko interrupted, narrowing her eyes. The perfect plan had already formed in her head. It would be bad if something went wrong. What an interesting company. The architect I must kill, the last of the Uchiha clan, the copy ninja Kakashi, and the Jinchuriki of the nine-tailed fox, Zabuza said slowly, showing his sharp teeth. I wonder what kind of people you'll be in action. With that, Momochi pulled out the sword he was standing on and landed softly. The fog thickened instantly, the amount of chakra in it doubled, and Naruko felt a little awkward. It felt like 1,000 pairs of eyes were looking at her. It was undoubtedly the simple influence of the missing Nin's technique, but it didn't make it any easier. Guard Tazuna-san, Hatake ordered briefly, and the children stood around the architect. Kakashi lifted the bandana, revealing a red eye with a small black pupil and 3 commas around it. The Sharingan in all its glory. Sasuke's breath caught in his throat, not understanding how it could happen that someone who wasn't an Uchiha had the Sharingan. The next second, there was a clanking sound of metal. Hatake had pulled out a kunai and was trying to fight off the enemy's huge sword. Of course, it was useless. A piece of iron was no match for a real sword. However, the copy ninja held on surprisingly confidently and steadfastly, not losing in speed, strength, or strategy. which made the fight between the two men seem both fascinating and terrifying. The enemies moved smoothly, then abruptly. Sparks flew from the contact of the two weapons. They fought as if it was the last time, sparing neither themselves nor the enemy. Sakura even opened her mouth, relaxing, for which she paid the price the next moment. Right next to her ear, something cut the air with all its might, and then metal clanged. The girl turned around in fear. Zabuza moved to the architect and raised his sword above him, intending to kill him, but the enemy's blow was taken by a small katana no Yoko. With one hand, the girl stopped Momochi's blow, and with the other, she sharply stabbed him in the side with a kunai. The man recoiled in surprise, clearly not expecting such agility from the Jinchuriki. For a second he lost control of what was happening, and the fog began to dissipate. Kakashi appeared before the genin. His clothes were adorned with small scarlet stains, and his clothes were torn in several places. Momochi, clutching his wounded side, jumped away from the genin, parrying Naruko's attacks. She decided to attack while she had the chance. She swung her katana, deftly turning her wrist and anticipating his next move based on the missing nin's stance. The man, although he had not previously been in the mood for any kind of long-term battle, was clearly pleased with the girl's skills, having seen potential in her. How funny, Momochi chuckled, blocking the kunoichi's blow. You and I both grew up alone, without family or parents. We learned to kill people early, and we're both demons. However, instead of trying to destroy all those who hate you, you protect them. I'm the opposite. Because I know who I'm fighting for, and you only care about yourself, Yoko answered him, delivering a new blow, which, in principle, Zabuza easily blocked. Hatake came to Naruko's aid, unnoticed by the nuke nin, clenched his right hand into a fist, then unclenched it and clenched it again, leaving only his little finger visible. Nodding, the girl walked away from the two men, creating 5 clones. They surrounded Tazuna and his teammates. The commander's order was more than clear to her, and she did not dare to resist it, even when she saw that he was locked in the water prison of the Momochi clone without the ability to move. At this point, Zabuza's clone threw a kunai at Sasuke. But Yoko, who had expected the Uchiha to dodge such a stupid and obvious attack, was extremely surprised when she realized that he didn't even think about ducking. She had to act herself. Sasuke woke up only when rare drops of scarlet blood splashed on his face. He blinked in surprise and touched his cheek, feeling something wet, and then removed his hand, looking at it. The pads of his fingers were red. He looked up, and his eyes widened in surprise. Naruko was standing in front of him. Her back seemed so fragile and strong at the same time that the boy was speechless. And then no Yoko raised her hand, pulling Momochi's weapon out of her. The blood flowed faster. Why are you standing there like a pillar? The girl asked angrily. I'm not going to save you every time. He began absent-mindedly. Protect Sakura and Tazuna, and I'll deal with this in the meantime, the girl interrupted him. She gripped the katana more comfortably in her hand. Both her eyes turned red, and her facial features sharpened. The stripes became even clearer than in everyday life, and her aura instantly became heavier, soaked with something vile, poisonous and acidic. Something that would burn away any obstacle in its path. Sasuke heard Sakura swallow. And then she started growing real fox ears, red, with black spots on the tips. Her nails sharpened, turning into claws, her body was enveloped in a reddish, barely noticeable chakra, and a real fluffy tail beat on her legs. Naruto was like a fox, just as predatory and dangerous. She exuded power, something that Sasuke had never felt even from his own brother. As if Yoko was a real demon, dangerous and deadly. And as if the people of Konoha had been right all along. And the next second the girl disappeared, tearing away from the spot, and so quickly that Uchiha didn't even have time to blink. She was there, and then she was gone. It looks like she decided to leave you, Momochi chuckled, but the next second he jumped to the side, feeling a painful spasm throughout his body. The missing nin turned sharply to face the lake. Kakashi was still in the water prison, unable to move. But next to Zabuza's clone stood Naruko. She held the clone by the shoulder, pouring her wild poisonous chakra into it. At some point, the clone simply burst like a balloon, and drops of water fell back into the lake. Hatake, finding himself free, did not hesitate, but ran to Zabuza, making hand seals. Momochi felt like his chakra channels were burning. It was hot and hot, like his body was being eaten away from the inside. But despite all the pain, the ninja didn't even twitch an eye, just clenched his teeth tightly and used Decapitator to crush the pathetic stone wall created by Hatake. And then the missing nin made seals. Hatake immediately began to imitate him, beating him by a split second thanks to his Sharingan. Two identical techniques collided, falling like a waterfall to the ground. And then again and again. Sakura screamed, the water was icy. Sasuke shuddered, and Tazuna cursed loudly. But everything suddenly stopped, as if the storm had died down in an instant. Two thin needles whistled through the air and then pierced Momochi's neck. He jerked, not having time to form the last seal of the bull, and Kakashi's technique fell on him like an avalanche of water, burying him under itself. When the copy ninja realized something had happened, he hurried to remove the excess water. Naruko was there. Crouching down cautiously next to the missing nin, she touched his carotid artery, feeling for a pulse. There was none. He's dead, Yoko informed everyone and looked up at the branch of the nearest tree. There stood a tall, thin boy, judging by his figure. His face was hidden by the mask of a mist cleaner, a special unit in Kirigakure that was engaged in tracking down missing nin and killing them. Naruko had once done a similar job, after which she boldly admitted that it was not the most pleasant. I'll take him, the boy said coldly, landing next to Zabuza with thin sanbon clutched between his fingers. Oinen? Naruko asked in the same tone. You're late. I came as soon as I could. I saved you, and now it's time for me to go. I had a mission to kill Zabuza Momochi, and I completed it. Okay. Take him. But Yoko stood up and stepped aside. The boy picked up Zabuza's heavy body as if it weighed nothing, took his sword and vanished into thin air, leaving behind only the pleasant scent of some wild flowers. Judging by his build, the young man was not much older than Naruko, but he was already doing such dangerous work that it made the girl sigh heavily. In Kiri, it never mattered how old you were or what you thought. If you were told to kill, kill. If you were told to find and torture, torture. And it didn't matter if you were 10 or 30. If you took the path of a shinobi, then be so kind as to follow it. The girl didn't like this attitude, and therefore she was even glad that she was a Konoha shinobi, and not Kiri. On the other hand, the village of the Leaf was not ideal. On the contrary, they were too soft on shinobi children. The same Sakura was a typical representative of a flower child who never thought about what it really meant to be a ninja. After a couple of seconds of silence, Kakashi weakly sank to the ground, hoarsely saying that this fight had exhausted him. Having gotten used to a peaceful life, he was not at all ready for a short, but rather difficult fight with a serious opponent. We'll help you get there, Sasuke said, helping the teacher up and becoming his support. Hatake leaned almost all his weight on the boy. The man's own legs were failing him. Let's go. It's dangerous to stay here, said Yoko. She became her old self again, the fox features disappeared, as if they had never been there, and her eye became blue again, like Kushina's. Hatake smiled slightly, his student now looked so much like her mother. They walked slowly in complete silence. After some time, Sasuke was replaced by Tazuna, who turned out to be stronger than the boy. Kakashi, who had come to his senses a little, began to walk more confidently, but still periodically stumbled over the stones on the road. Who are Jinchuriki? Sakura, trailing somewhere at the end, suddenly asked. Naruko turned to her teammate, looking at her with wide eyes, which made the girl feel awkward. She tried to look away, focusing her gaze on the landscape, but it didn't make it any easier. Are you serious? Yoko asked ingratiatingly. I may be repeating myself, but are you sure that you are the best student in the class? You don't have to answer my question, Haruno snapped back. Actually, I don't know who that is either, Sasuke suddenly spoke up. What's your relationship to the Jinchuriki? But Yoko looked back at the road ahead of her, turning back. She had never expected that the academy would keep silent about the very fact of the existence of Jinchuriki in this world. On the one hand, it was good, fewer questions, but on the other, it was terrible, children graduated uneducated, not knowing the whole truth about this world. Jinchuriki are people whose bodies are nothing more than vessels for the bijou, Naruko replied. I am the Jinchuriki of the Nine Tails. 13 years ago, the fourth Hokage sacrificed his life and my mother's to seal the kyubi within me. Sakura pursed her lips, and for Sasuke, everything fell into place. So that was why the people of Konoha hated Yoko so much, they saw her as the kyubi, not a child. It explained everything, but it didn't excuse anyone. Uchiha thought again about how unfair this world was. By evening they had arrived at Tezuna's house. There they were warmly welcomed by the architect's daughter. Naruto and Sakura were placed in one room, Sasuke in another, with Inari, who was unhappy about it, and Kakashi was given a separate small room, which only had room for a futon and a table. The genins went to bed closer to nightfall, having eaten a hearty meal beforehand. Naruko also set up several barriers on the house, not wanting to greet unwanted guests in their pajamas. It turned out that there was only one futon for them and Sakura, but it was wide. But Yoko settled comfortably at one end, and Haruno carefully lay down at the other, covering herself with a blanket. And even though Sakura had managed to be terribly tired during the day, sleep just wouldn't come to her. She tossed and turned, looking for a comfortable position, but couldn't find it. Thoughts flashed through her head, but Naruko was in all of them: how strong, ruthless, strange, scary, nasty, smart, beautiful, and disgusting she was. Haruno was jealous of her towards Sasuke for a reason. She saw both the long glances of the Uchiha and the strength of Yoko, for which she could be respected. It is not surprising that the boy was more attracted to such a self-sufficient person as Naruto than to Sakura. Just Sakura. Apart from her knowledge and chakra control, she didn't stand out in any other way, and now the girl herself understood this, but it only made her feel worse. Sakura, don't fidget. You're disturbing my sleep. Naruko's sleepy voice sounded nearby, and Haruno felt anger boiling up inside her. She gritted her teeth, mentally cursing her futon mate, and then clenched her hands into fists. Kakashi had set them a training session for tomorrow, and Haruno was sure she could show who was the best. With these thoughts she fell asleep, and when she woke up it was already morning. The sun was shining through the window, and the place next to Sakura was empty. Apparently, Naruko had already gotten up and gone down to the first floor, where the delicious smell of breakfast was coming from. Haruno washed herself and went downstairs. Everyone was sitting at the table except Kakashi and Inari. The boy, whom the kunoichi had only seen once, and even then only briefly, did not want to come down. You will have training today. What happened showed me that you are not ready to meet a real enemy, Hatake said, going down to the first floor. Training? Sasuke perked up. What are we going to do? You'll see, the sensei promised vaguely, and then sat down on a chair and began to chew the breakfast that Tsunami-san had so kindly served. Once the meal was finished, Hatake led the genin out into the fresh air in the forest near the house. He began to explain the essence of the training from a little distance, talking about the academy and the basic skills of chakra control, which are essential for any shinobi. This will improve your control. Even if it seems perfect to you now, it is not so. There is still little you can do. You need to improve so that any technique becomes easier. And we will start with the simplest. Naruto, climb a tree without using your hands. The girl nodded and walked up to the nearest tree trunk. She placed one foot on it, then the other, and then began to slowly climb up, being parallel to the ground. Haruno opened her mouth and Sasuke blinked his eyes. He had seen Itachi do this a long time ago, but he had simply taken it as his brother's super cool technique that only he could use. Repeat after her. Try to climb to the top of the tree. As soon as you can, you will begin the second part of the training. Naruto, keep an eye on them, and in the meantime I will go and rest, yawned sensei. He grabbed his crutches more comfortably and hobbled back to the house. He abandoned us? Sakura asked incredulously. And when we get up, should we run after him again? Get up first, Uzumaki said from above. She perched herself on a thick branch and sat there, her legs dangling and swinging slightly. Sakura felt her rage boiling up. Smirking, the kunoichi placed first one, then the other foot on the trunk, straining every muscle to concentrate chakra in her feet. But as soon as the girl took a couple of steps, she fell to the ground with a loud scream and hit her head. Don't strain yourself so much, Yoko advised. It's better to relax. And to make it really easy, you can try running. Sasuke followed Naruko's advice. He took a running start, stepping back a bit. The first steps along the trunk were easy, but then the chakra in his feet weakened and the boy fell down, but managed to flip in the air and land on his feet. It's going to be a long day, Yoko concluded. In ANBU, those who can't stay on water or a vertical surface are immediately taught how to do so the kunoichi could now allow herself to relax and enjoy her rest while her teammates worked hard. The girl was always amazed by the fact that such a concentration was not taught at the academy. In theory, this educational institution should give ninja all the skills they need, but in reality, it turned out that knowledge from the academy was useful only in 10% of cases. The training continued. Sakura was making obvious progress, which could not be said about Sasuke. If Haruno had almost perfect chakra control, then Uchiha's was limping. His limit was 3 miserable meters. It seemed good for the first day, but in their situation, when the enemy could attack at any moment, everything was terrible. Don't tense up or strain yourself. You're paying too much attention to control, which is why you can't do anything. Think of chakra as, I don't know, your finger or hand, which you control more on a subconscious level. Your excessive concentration is what's ruining you, Yoko instructed. Sasuke could only grit his teeth and try again and again. It was easy to say, but not to do. He couldn't relax his own attention, because he was afraid of breaking down at any moment. It seemed that even Sakura had already gotten over her fear, and this infuriated the Uchiha even more. Calm down, Naruko ordered in a cold tone. Then she jumped down to Sasuke and stood next to him. A quick movement, a press of one finger, and the Uchiha's body relaxed. All tension evaporated in an instant, and his muscles did not obey the orders of the brain, refusing to tense up again. Now go. Don't think about falling, think about climbing up. The more you're afraid, the less you'll be able to do. Please remember that. The boy, looking straight into Yoko's multicolored eyes, nodded. He approached the tree and took the first step. Sasuke felt his teammates gaze on his back, but he no longer strained himself, he simply couldn't. Naruko knew about the existence of a point that helped to relax for as long as an hour, and she sincerely hoped that it would help the Uchiha. And, as it turned out, it helped. He was able to rise as much as 6 meters, twice as much as he could before. When Uchiha landed, he looked in surprise at the remaining notch that he had managed to leave. And then he turned to Yoko. There was so much gratitude in his eyes that the girl felt awkward. You're welcome. Now go on, she said, stepping aside. For some reason, her heart sped up. As Naruko yawned as she walked back to Tezuna's family. Sasuke and Sakura's training was going well overall, but they still had room to grow. Considering the fact that this was just a tree and the water ahead was unstable. Suddenly, Yoko caught a whimper out of the corner of her ear. She froze, immediately realizing who it belonged to. The girl bit her lip, wondering what to do. She didn't want to calm Inari down at all, since he had managed to say a few sweet words to her that morning. Not that Naruko herself paid any attention to the child's rudeness, but she didn't want to deal with him, it would only ruin her nerves. And then she heard heavy, somewhat awkward footsteps. It was Kakashi, still moving with some difficulty. He was leaving the house, so he couldn't see Naruto standing on the other side, but the girl was sure that he felt her. Hatake sighed heavily and approached Inari. Why are you crying? Is there any reason to cry? He asked in a somewhat rude manner. Leave me alone, the boy snapped, it's none of your business. But Yoko pursed her lips. In ANBU, such behavior would have long ago been met with punitive training and some kind of punishment. She knew this from personal experience. She remembered that a long time ago she had been rude to her elders a couple of times, for which she later served a punishment. That's exactly it. We came to help you, but you're against it. We can't help someone who doesn't want it, Kakashi responded, frowning at the darkening sky. Get out of here. You can't defeat Gato and a shinobi. Only death awaits you here. You can't handle him. There's no point in being a hero. There are no heroes. Save your lives and swim away from here, otherwise you will all die. By the end, the boy had become so excited that he had unconsciously raised his voice, and now he seemed to be on the verge of hysteria. But Yoko shook her head, listening to what would happen next. She didn't particularly care about this Gato and his shinobi. Sure, she'd heard of the man, but only in snatches. She wasn't interested in rich people from other countries trying to push their wares into the land of fire. Nor was she interested in renegade shinobi. But Yoko knew she could handle most of them. And if she couldn't do it on her own, Kurama was always willing to share his power. You don't know us well, Kakashi responded. We're not that weak. I'm one of the strongest ninja in Konoha. At that moment, Inari snorted derisively. I know it sounds funny in my position, but I relaxed too much. Now that I know what to expect from the enemy, I'll be prepared. The same can be said about the others. Sasuke, although he's still learning, already has several complex techniques. He's a genius. He's developing quickly, and he'll be ready for the next encounter with the enemy. I see that Sakura has excellent chakra control. She doesn't know where to go and where to apply herself yet, but that's okay. I think she'll find her calling soon. Naruko, standing around the corner, folded her arms across her chest. She knew perfectly well that Kakashi wasn't saying this to Inari, but to her, so that she would stop treating the Uchiha and especially Haruno with some of her usual disdain. And the third one? The boy asked, sobbing and already on the verge of calm. Naruko is very strong. She will become an excellent shinobi. She is now halfway through her journey. She has great potential, and she knows how to realize it. One day, very soon, the day will come when she will surpass me. It is just a matter of time. But Yoko smiled slightly, lowering her head. Still, Kakashi, even though he looked like a hardened cracker and did not behave as befits a sensei, still kept an eye on each of his team. This was commendable and even a little embarrassing. Soon Kakashi left, and after another 10 minutes Inari disappeared into his room. He no longer screamed or cried, but behaved quietly and calmly. The girl was sure that Hitaki's words made him think. She took a deep breath of the evening air. She didn't feel like sleeping at all, nor did she feel like going into the house. Naruto, having written a short note that she was unlikely to return home today and that there was no need to look for her, headed back into the forest, but this time not in the direction where Sakura and Sasuke were training, but in the opposite direction. At first, Yoko simply threw shurikens at the nearest tree, but this activity quickly bored her. So she stretched out on the grass, slightly damp from the evening dew, and stared at the sky. She knew very few constellations, only those that she was taught, so that in the future she would be able to find her way home to Konoha from anywhere. While contemplating the stars, the girl herself did not notice how she fell into a slumber, which soon turned into a sweet dream, which, however, was quickly disturbed. It seemed to Naruko that she had only just closed her eyes and relaxed, when the grass rustled nearby, and with her sixth sense she felt someone else's presence. Without opening her eyes, the girl continued to lie. The stranger sat down not far from her and, judging by the sounds, began to pick some herbs. Then, but Yoko still opened her eyes and turned her head. Not far from her sat a sweet girl with delicate features and long hair. She looked so feminine and refined that for a second Naruko was pierced by a needle of envy. The girl herself hardly reminded herself of someone so delicate. More like a hedgehog with prickles. And then the girl frowned. The steps, although light, clearly belonged to a man. Did this mean that there was a boy in front of her? But Yoko was doubly envious. "Oh, you're awake. Hi. I didn't want to wake you up," the girl, or was it a guy, said in a gentle voice. "Hello," Naruko greeted. "I didn't expect to see anyone here. Judging by the sun, it's about 6 in the morning. What are you doing here?" "I'm collecting herbs," came the laconic answer. "Working so early?" "I like mornings," she shrugged. "Do you? If you mean that I forgot myself here, then I slept here. If you mean whether I like mornings, then no." Naruko tilted her head slightly to her right shoulder, trying to figure out where she could have seen or felt this girl before. She reminded her of someone, but there was no chakra coming from the stranger. So, either she was just a local, or a shinobi who was a master at hiding. "I see. It must be cool to be a shinobi," the stranger continued, standing up. "Everything has its pros and cons," Yoko responded. "While many dream of being a shinobi, the shinobi themselves dream of being ordinary people. A vicious circle." "What's your name?" "But Yoko Naruko." "And you?" "Haku." "Just Haku." "A man's name," Naruko nodded. "So I am a guy. Well, bye, but Yoko Naruko. Maybe we'll meet again." And he left. The girl was left alone in the clearing, frowning slightly. Something was wrong with this, just Haku, and she didn't like the guesses that came to the Jinchuriki's head at all. They had met this Haku before. Now she understood, there was something in common between that Oinen and Haku. Their movements were equally smooth, their gait equally light, their manner of speaking equally leisurely and mysterious. The puzzle formed a picture, and Naruko, drawing her knees up, buried her face in it, moaning softly. "Haku is that we mean." And judging by the fact that he not only didn't leave after completing the mission to catch Zabuza, but also collects medicinal herbs early in the morning, Momochi is still alive. The news is simply disgusting. After 2 weeks of painstaking work, the bridge was completed. It was huge and magnificent, it really connected the two countries and promised to become a symbol of the future peace treaty. A lot of work went into this bridge. The builders worked tirelessly, in several shifts, with short breaks for lunch and dinner. They came to work at 7 in the morning and left at 10 in the evening, when the sun was hiding behind the horizon. At the same time, Kakashi's team also had to stay awake. It was decided to split into 2 groups. One was Sasuke with Naruto, and the other was Kakashi with Sakura. This division was due to the fact that each team had someone strong, a leader who could quickly navigate what was happening and give orders, such were Hataki with no Yoko, and someone who would carry out these orders, whether it was an urgent withdrawal of architects from the battlefield or the need to convey the news to the rest of the team. In the mornings, Naruto and Sasuke were usually on duty, and in the evenings, Kakashi and Sakura. Sometimes they switched schedules, but this happened very rarely. It was impossible not to keep an eye on what was happening. Now that it became clear that Zabuza was alive and well, and Gato clearly had many more henchmen nearby, it was necessary to be on guard. In fact, the missing Nin had made their way to the bridge several times, intending to sabotage it, but Kakashi and Naruko, who were on duty at the time, thwarted these attempts, leading the enemies away. Sasuke and Sakura knew about this, and therefore, while their partners were absent, they watched the area more closely. "It's amazing how quickly people can build a bridge to save themselves," Yoko said one day a few days before the work was completed. "All people are trying to survive," Uchiha answered vaguely, throwing a quick glance at his partner. During the time they spent together, they didn't chat much, but Sasuke himself was only happy about it. He didn't like such talkative people as Sakura, and therefore Naruko looked very advantageous in the eyes of the Uchiha against her background. They were quite successful in learning to understand each other at a glance, and this was surprising, since they had hardly communicated before. Despite the mutual sympathy that was clear to both of them, no one was going to make the first move, having silently agreed to focus on the current mission. When the bridge was completed and only one little hassle remained with checking the last bolts, team number 7 got ready to go home. We have accomplished our mission. We protected Tazuna-san until the bridge was completed. Now we can go home, Kakashi said at the general evening meeting. What do you mean, home? But Tazuna-san could be attacked at any moment by Gato's men. As soon as we leave. Sakura was indignant, frowning her thin pink eyebrows in displeasure. It's okay. The Konoha squad should arrive in a couple of hours, Yoko reassured her. We'll meet them at the bridge. In the meantime, pack your things. That's what they decided on. The guys had very few things, a couple of sets of spare clothes, a first aid kit, kunai, food for the road, and that's it. The entire load was quickly divided between 4 backpacks, and so, having said goodbye to Tazuna's family, they still had to see the architect off to the bridge. They set off. But the closer they got to the bridge, the clearer it became that something was wrong. Kakashi froze, and everyone froze with him. The fog thickened, and there was so much familiar chakra in it that there was no need to ask whose it was. Zabuza recovered and was ready to attack. Let's go slowly. We can't avoid this meeting. If he doesn't see us here, he'll come to Tazuna-san's house, and then everyone will suffer, Kakashi said. He lifted the bandage covering his eye, and this served as a signal for everyone to be on guard and not to relax under any circumstances. The enemy could attack from anywhere, and they had to be ready for it at any moment. Everyone took out their kunai. Naruko closed her eyes for a second, then opened them again, and now they were both scarlet, with a narrow black pupil. 100 smells instantly hit her nose, starting then and ending with the rice in the backpack. She raised her hand and with a short but precise movement threw the kunai into the darkness. A second later, the smell of blood appeared in the air, and the fog began to dissipate slowly. The weapon hit its target right on target. After all, Zabuza's fog was not only his strongest weapon, but also his Achilles heel. It's commendable that you spotted me, the shinobi chuckled, pulling the kunai out of his shoulder, wincing slightly. This time he was wearing a black tank top, rather than sporting a bare chest like before. He also looked healthy and full of energy, and nothing in the missing means appearance suggested that he had just been unable to walk. The same Oinen was nearby, still in the same clothes and the same mask. There was no doubt, they were allies, and behind the mask was the effeminate face of a teenage boy. The senbons in his hands smelled dangerously of metal and someone else's blood, and the young man exuded something cold and fresh, like the first snow or a piece of ice on a frozen lake. I'll take care of these two, the young man said coldly, pointing towards Noyoko and Uchiha. Then I'll finish with their teacher. Last time, it seems, we didn't finish, Momochi chuckled, stretching his powerful neck. Sakura, guard Tazuna-san, Hataki ordered instantly. Try to get him out of here somewhere safe. If you see enemies, run. But, Haruno wanted to be indignant. That's an order, Hataki snapped. Yes, she agreed, lowering her head and standing closer to the bridge builder. The next second, Haku raised his hand. Sasuke missed the moment when the boy threw his senbon at them, but he felt a thin needle pierce the flesh of his leg. He screamed, jumping back. Naruko landed next to him. Earlier, she managed to repel the enemy's attack with her kunai. He's pushing us away from Sensei and Sakura, she said quickly, batting away the next batch of needles that fell onto the bridge with a loud ringing sound. Are we going to break through back? No. Let's not disturb Sensei, but Yoko shook her head. And then the sharp needle finally pierced her shoulder, and the girl clenched her teeth. It hurt. Apparently, Haku was aiming precisely at the pain points. Many of the textbooks Sasuke had read during his time at the academy explained the most simple yet effective tactic, which was to first separate strong opponents, forcing them to fight one by one. Then, to lead them both into a trap from which they would not be able to escape so easily. And finally, the final step, to kill the weakened opponent. It didn't take long to realize that Haku was following this tactic. However, at some point it was too late to retreat, and huge ice mirrors appeared around Naruto and Sasuke in a couple of seconds. They were cold, as if it was not spring outside, but the middle of winter. Uchiha dispersed his chakra through the channels. Now, thanks to his training with no Yoko and Kakashi, it became easier for him to control his chakra, so the problem of warming up became a matter of 5 seconds. Haku's trap was not so much the cage of mirrors, but Haku's ability to move very quickly between them, giving him the perfect opportunity to attack enemies from all sides. It seemed impossible to follow his movements, even Yoko's fox eyes couldn't cope, which is why she couldn't dodge all the Senbon at once, only a part. The second part pierced her body. The suit was slowly but surely becoming soaked with blood. "We need to destroy these mirrors," Uchiha hissed in pain. Naruko nodded. The enemy was literally surrounding them. Wherever you turned, there were Senbon flying at you from all directions. There was no way to take even the slightest step to the side. Moreover, it was impossible to tell where Haku was attacking from. He was everywhere and absolutely nowhere at the same time. The weapon did not reach the mirrors, and Yoko was afraid to use any techniques, since due to the narrow space she could seriously injure the Uchiha. Sasuke began to form a series of seals. "Katan, Gokaku no Jutsu," he said, spitting fire from his mouth, but it did not help. The mirrors did not melt, but on the contrary, they became denser, became thicker than before. And Naruko felt the heat of the fire on her face. A strand of her hair was charred. After all, there was not enough space for such techniques. "The more I look at his movements, the better I see his movements. Can you attack him somehow?" "Distract him there," Uchiha whispered. Naruko nodded. She understood what was happening, and it raised her fighting spirit. If Sasuke was slowly starting to distinguish Haku's movements, then that meant he was developing his Sharingan right now. This was good, very good. The Uchiha was getting stronger right in the middle of a fight. No, Yoko had no choice. Their only chance of getting out of here was if Sasuke could predict the enemy's movements and attack first. Naruto, as sad as it may sound, was powerless in this situation. She folded the middle and index fingers of both hands into a cross, creating a dozen shadow clones around herself, a technique she had learned long ago, when she had just been given access to the Hokage's library. The clones, as one, rushed to the ice mirrors, but all of them, as one, were scattered. A small smoke rose, blocking the view, and at that moment Naruko jumped to the mirror, trying to break it with a kunai, but as soon as the tip of the weapon touched the icy surface, Senbons flew at her, and the girl had to urgently dodge them. Unfortunately, several of them hit her palm and calves. "Naruko!" Uchiha jumped up to the girl and put his palms on her shoulders, watching as the clothes around the needles became soaked with blood. "Everything is fine." Kurama's daughter placed her palm on Sasuke's hand and jerked the young man towards her so hard that he almost fell. Several Senbons flew right over the Uchiha's head, and he mentally thanked the girl. "Can you use the clones again?" Sasuke whispered in her ear. Goosebumps ran down Yoko's back, but she pulled herself together and, standing up, created several clones again. The clones rushed to the mirrors, but immediately dispersed. Once again. The girl frowned, creating clones and rushing towards the ice mirrors. The clones again dissipated, being pierced by Haku's Senbon. Using the same technique, relying on Sasuke, Naruko felt hurt and humiliated. All those years in ANBU were stupidity and a waste of time. The girl was disgusted with herself. The only thing she could do now was create some clones. The needles in both Yoko's and Sasuke's bodies were growing larger and larger. Suddenly, the boy raised his hand, stopping his teammates' attempts. She froze in place. The Uchiha's eyes turned scarlet, and Tomo twisted around the pupil. He could finally see all of the enemy's movements. Now Haku couldn't keep up, his actions were like slow motion for Sasuke. The boy lightly pulled Naruko behind him, noticing which mirror the enemy would jump into next, took a deep breath and blew out several small balls. Some of them hit the mirrors, and one set fire to the enemy's pants. Naruko, standing behind her teammate, reached for the small scrolls that were in her hip bag. A brilliant idea suddenly occurred to the girl. They couldn't get out of the ice prison on their own, but with Kurama's help, they could. And the issue of protecting Sasuke from the fox's poisonous chakra was solved quite simply. The girl was going to simply impose a couple of different barriers on him, which, when used together, would be able to protect the Uchiha. Without a moment's hesitation, she took out the scrolls and opened them with a quick and easy movement. Then she threw them on the floor and made several seals. "Trust me," she said simply, and Sasuke nodded. He couldn't help but trust Naruto. He was immediately surrounded by a glowing golden dome. After checking that everything was in order, Yoko turned her back to Sasuke, concentrating. The fiery red chakra of Kurama spread through her channels, which, like a hurricane, swept away the mirrors, smashing them into small pieces with a tinkling sound. Haku flew out of one of the fragments and landed quite successfully on his feet. Taking out Noose and Bon, he threw them at Yoko's no, but they dissolved in the acid red chakra of the fox. The wounds that had been inflicted on her earlier healed, leaving behind only small holes in her clothes and red spots of blood. Naruko fainted and punched the distracted boy in the chin, and when he flew up, she jumped up and kicked him in the left cheek. The boy flew back, hitting his tailbone and elbow on the stone bridge. But Yoko was there in an instant, sitting on Haku's stomach and raising her fist to strike. The guy, realizing that things were getting hot, began to wriggle under the girl. He made seals with one hand, and a huge block of ice grew behind Naruto, but it began to dissolve with a menacing hiss upon contact with the Kyuubi's chakra. "It's useless," the girl grinned, taking out a kunai. Suddenly, understanding flashed in Yuki's eyes, and he relaxed. The tension in his muscles disappeared and a small smile blossomed on his lips. "Thank you," he whispered, a second before the kunai was slammed into his heart. Only then did Yoko blink and realize what had happened. Haku had wanted her to kill him, so he had stopped resisting. And she had done it. The girl swallowed the viscous saliva. It wasn't the first time she had killed, or even the second, but never before had an enemy thanked her for his death. She stood up, swaying slightly, using the Kyuubi's chakra was draining a lot of her strength. The girl turned her gaze to Sasuke. He was still surrounded by a barrier. He was lying in a strange, unnatural position, and Naruko, afraid that he had suddenly died, flew up to the Uchiha, removing all the barriers and putting her fingers to the carotid artery. Those long seconds during which she tried to feel his pulse seemed like hours to Yoko. But then, a completely imperceptible heartbeat was felt as a slight tremor on her bloody fingers. Sasuke was alive, he had just passed out from too much blood loss. The girl turned her gaze to Kakashi. He had thrust Chidori straight into Zabuza's stomach, tearing through muscle and internal organs. Hataki's bloody fingers were sticking out of the back of the missing nin. Naruto smiled, that meant that Momochi would not miraculously resurrect again. She let out a relaxed breath as she suddenly felt the chakra of at least 50 new enemies. Sure, they were all weaker than Haku or Zabuza, but it wasn't like Yoko or Kakashi were in any condition to fight them now. The girl clenched her teeth. She'll have to push herself a little more. "Sakura, Tazuna-san, come here," she called to her teammate and the bridge builder. They approached her, looking at the Uchiha's body with horror. Tears glistened in Haruno's eyes. "He's alive. There are still a few enemies here. Stand next to Sasuke, the seals will protect you. Kakashi-sensei and I still have some work to do." The old man and the girl silently followed her instructions, and Naruko activated the barrier. There was no point in worrying about them anymore. Throwing a last sad glance at the unconscious Uchiha, whom Sakura did not know how to approach to help, but Yoko took out her trusty katana and confidently walked up to the sensei. Somewhere nearby, a familiar chakra was felt. And this meant that help was almost there. They would help them. When a nasty old man with black glasses and a strange hairstyle appeared in the middle of the bridge surrounded by missing nin shinobi, Naruko gripped the katana tighter with both hands and released even more of Kurama's chakra. The massacre began. Upon returning to Konoha, Kakashi and Sasuke were sent to the hospital, Naruto to give a mission report, and Sakura to go home. Several days had passed since that battle on the bridge. Gato, like most of his henchmen, were killed by Yoko, Hataki, and a team from Konoha led by Yamato who had come to their aid. In fact, thanks to his abilities, he helped to transfer the seriously wounded Sasuke and Kakashi to Konoha as safely as possible. Sakura was practically unharmed, if you don't take into account the shock she experienced, and Naruto's wounds healed fairly quickly thanks to the Kyuubi's chakra. Sakura, having somehow dragged herself to the house, went inside. Taking off her shoes, not really thinking about carefully placing them at the entrance, the girl went deeper into the house. "Sakura, my daughter, are you back?" her father asked in surprise, and Haruno nodded. "Sakura, sunshine, how I missed you. Are you okay?" Mabuki, Sakura's mother, grabbed her daughter into a tight hug, lamenting how much she had missed her in the past few days. The girl only half-heartedly agreed and said she wanted to sleep. "Sure, run quickly to your room. Will you have dinner?" "No, thank you." Haruno climbed the stairs and was already approaching the door to her room when she heard her mother's displeased cry. "You could have put the shoes in a proper place." Sakura just rolled her eyes in displeasure and walked into the room, slamming the door behind her. She didn't like the fact that as soon as she came home after a 2-week mission, her mother started making more complaints about her. Entering the room, Haruno opened the window wide, exposing her face to the warm spring breeze. She really wanted to sleep, but Sakura knew that first she would need to wash herself after the road and change her clothes. So, grabbing her house dress, the girl went to the bathroom, dreaming of quickly washing off all the road dirt. In the bathroom, she finally relaxed, and the hot water steamed her body. It became even lazier to move. Having somehow dried her long hair, which Haruno was very proud of, the girl changed her clothes and went back to her room, thinking only about how nice it would be to sleep on her own pillow under her own blanket. But the girl's reverie was interrupted by a strange piece of paper lying on her made bed. When she left the room, it was not there, which means that someone had broken in and left a note. Sakura suspiciously leaned out of the open window and looked around. There was no one. Then the girl slammed the shutters shut. Only then did she return to the note, folded into a neat triangle. "Dear Haruno Sakura, I, the head of Root ANBU, invite you to join our ranks. Root is a special organization that monitors order in Konoha from the shadows. I think such experience will be useful to you in the future. If you agree, come to the Hokage's residence at 8 today and go down to the basement. If not, my people will simply make sure that you never remember this moment. Please do not tell anyone about this letter. All the best. Head of Root ANBU. Shimura Danzo." Sakura bit her lip. It looked impressive. The root of ANBU, she had never heard of anything like it, but she was sure that she would definitely become stronger there. And if she became stronger, she would not only be able to win the love of her beloved Sasuke, but she would definitely wipe the floor with Yoko. With such thoughts, the girl went to bed, smiling slightly. The note did not cause her any doubts or fears, and there were still 9 hours left until 8, which could be spent on sweet sleep. Sakura almost overslept, but still got up. Jumping out of the window in her room, the girl went to the Hokage's residence, where, turning into the basement, she went down the stairs and found herself in some strange cool room, the existence of which she had not even suspected before. "I knew you would come," a male voice said from the side, and the girl turned around. Turning around, she saw a thin old man with a wooden cane. His face was covered with battle scars and wrinkles, among which stood out an X-shaped scar on his chin. His right eye, as well as his forehead, were wrapped in a white bandage, but Sakura, already accustomed to the fact that Kakashi constantly covered almost his entire face, was not at all surprised. "Are you Shimura Danzo?" she asked hoarsely. For some reason, the old man's appearance alone inspired respect and aroused a certain fear. "Yes. If you came here, it means you decided to accept my offer." She nodded. "Then welcome to ANBU Root. I am glad to welcome you here. Especially considering that you will be irreplaceable in your first mission." What mission?" asked the girl. "And when to start?" "Right now. Your mission is simple. Watch what Yoko Naruto does and report it to us. Nothing more. Hawk will tell you exactly what to do. An ANBU appeared next to Shimura, his face covered in a mask that vaguely resembled a hawk's. He told Haruno to follow him in a flat tone, and Haruno did, not fully understanding what had just happened. But she was sure of one thing, that nasty no Yoko would be in trouble now, and she would gladly put her hand to it. When she left, Danzo pursed his lips. He himself did not like the fact that they would have someone like Sakura in their ranks, but on the other hand, for the sake of good purposes, it was worth it. "Sai, you're a good boy," the old man said briefly. A young man in an ANBU uniform, his face hidden by a mask, appeared in front of him, sitting on one knee. "Can I ask you a question?" asked the young man. "Yes," Shimura nodded. "Why do you need Haruno?" "She is weak. I don't see the potential of a strong shinobi in her. With her help, we can keep an eye on the Ninetales. Perhaps we will finally be able to put a seal on her," Danzo answered, closing his eye. "I think the Jinchuriki trusts this Haruno more than he lets on, and he doesn't expect a stab in the back from her. But why not Uchiha Sasuke? He's more capable than this girl," Sai still couldn't understand. "Sasuke will not follow the Ninetales. There is no benefit for him here. Moreover, he clearly has feelings for her, and this is a very annoying factor. He can give up, not wanting to hurt the Ninetales. But if we invite Haruno, no one expects us to summon someone like her," Shimura answered patiently. "Now go. Tomorrow, walk around Konoha and try to sort things out in the Yamanaka clan. There is a boy there who interests me." "Don't wear a mask," he ordered. "Yes, it will be done." With these words, the ANBU disappeared. Danzo was left all alone in the basement, beneath the Hokage's residence. For once, everything was going according to plan, as early attempts to subdue the Kyubi Jinchuriki ended with the demon's poisonous chakra burning away all the seals placed on Yoko's no. Naruko sat in her room and looked at the piece of paper Kakashi had given her. Last night, the sensei had gathered them all for one purpose, to announce the start of the Chunin exam. He had given each of them a piece of paper, stating that he was proposing their candidacies for the exam. The only thing they could do was to agree or disagree. She had no doubt that Naruko herself would participate in the exam. But Sakura. The girl bit her lip. "There's something wrong with her. She's changed," the girl said as soon as she fell into her own subconscious. Kurama lay inside the cage, lazily looking at his daughter. "I noticed," the fox nodded. "She continues to hang on to Sasuke, but she behaves differently with me. It's unlikely because of what happened on the bridge. I felt her aura. It was angry and full of hatred. And now Sakura's aura is calm and hardly fluctuates. And she started to smell different," Kyubi noted. "Really?" asked Yoko. "Yes. It used to smell like cherry, but now I can smell forest notes there. And she started disappearing more often." The girl frowned. "And yesterday she followed me all evening. Luckily, I was able to deceive her, but I don't think it will last long." "Yes. Nine-tailed. Something has changed in her. Be careful with her." "Certainly." As soon as Naruko answered, she heard the bell ring. Coming out of her subconscious, she stood up and walked to the front door. A man with dark hair neatly tied into a ponytail, wearing ANBU clothing and a tiger mask, stood on the threshold. Black, very beautiful eyes were visible through the eye slits. Bowing, the stranger handed the girl a large envelope. She nodded, accepting the scroll. The ANBU immediately disappeared, and Naruto, slamming the door, walked to the table and opened the envelope. Inside was someone's dossier. On the first page, a 15-year-old boy with dark, beautiful eyes and equally dark hair tied in a ponytail was looking at her from a photograph. This instantly reminded her of the messenger, and the girl frowned. Was it him? Judging by his eyes, yes. But why did he come to her? Oh, she knew Itachi Uchiha. She'd met him in person a couple of times in ANBU, but she'd barely spoken to him. Itachi had made a good impression on her back then, but who would have thought that he'd eventually go crazy and wipe out his entire clan? The girl pursed her lips and turned the first page. It briefly described Itachi's origins and his successes at the academy. And then the most interesting part began: enrollment in ANBU. That's when Naruto began to read more diligently. Once a year, ANBU conducted a medical examination, and the one that took place shortly before the massacre of the Uchiha clan revealed no abnormalities in Itachi. In fact, he was completely healthy, both physically and mentally. Then what happened? Yoko muttered quietly under her breath, scratching her chin. On the next page, she found the answer to her question. A written copy of the order for Uchiha Itachi to destroy the Uchiha clan, signed by Shimura Danzo. This copy of the order was apparently supposed to be destroyed the same day Itachi received it. But something must have gone wrong. But Yoko didn't know what to do with the information she'd received. Should she tell Sasuke everything? Or maybe the third? And was the third really not involved in all of this? Her head ached from thinking, but Naruko couldn't think of anything. She just sighed heavily and, grabbing her things, left the house. The exam was coming soon, and that meant she couldn't be late. At the main square, she met a gloomy Sakura and an equally gloomy Sasuke, who smiled slightly when he saw Yoko. "Sorry I'm late." Unexpected circumstances, she waved her hand. "Come on, I'll take you the quick way." Indeed, thanks to Naruko, who knew several secret loopholes, they quickly reached the exam venue, passing the other teams and almost immediately finding themselves in a corridor with doors leading to the classroom where the first stage of the exam would take place. The way to the classroom was blocked by Kakashi, who looked far too pleased. "I knew you'd come," he said. "All in all, you three are great. I'm proud of you. Now walk through that door and pass this test with flying colors." With these words, the sensei disappeared. Sakura, noticeably cheered up, walked towards the classroom with a more cheerful gait, throwing open the doors. A whole 100 eyes immediately stared at them, which made Haruno shudder a little, and Naruko only chuckled, showing everyone 2 red eyes with narrow black pupils. Looking around, she met Hinata's gaze, to whom she immediately hurried. Just as she was about to ask her something, a squeal was suddenly heard. Turning around, Naruko saw Ino, who had jumped onto Sasuke's back. But Yoko narrowed her eyes. Her heart gave an unpleasant pang, and in her soul, there lurked a worm of resentment towards Sasuke and anger towards this blonde. But, sighing, she turned back to Hinata and asked how she was doing. She was watching Sasuke with one eye, unnoticed. A boy of about 15 years old, wearing large round glasses that hid his black eyes, approached him. He adjusted the ponytail of his ash blonde hair and took out some cards from his pouch, which he quickly showed to the Uchiha. All this was interrupted by a man entering the classroom. He was wearing a black cloak, which did not at all match the warm spring weather outside. Naruto, recognizing him as Marino Ibiki, raised her eyebrows slightly. "Putting a strong jonin with the ability to press where it hurts the most against the genin, isn't that a good idea?" The girl shook her head slightly. Old Man 3 never ceased to amaze with his strange decisions. Or were there so many genin this year that some simply had to be weeded out? "I am your first examiner, Marino Ibiki. Now you will be given numbers and you will sit at chairs that have the same numbers. The first exam will be written," he explained in a rough voice. All the genin came to the table and took out pieces of paper with numbers. Naruto got 18, Sasuke got 32, and Sakura got 59th. She sat down at the place indicated on the piece of paper, and found a genin from Suna sitting next to her. On the other side sat someone unknown from Konoha. Uchiha and Haruno ended up in different corners, and Hinata was a few rows higher. "Now, get started," Marino said, looking at his watch and noting the time. "So, the first stage of the Chunin exams has begun." First, Naruko looked at everyone present. They were all from different hidden villages, and they all had their own techniques and hidden abilities. When the forms were handed out, the girl glanced at them briefly, and then turned her gaze to the others. Many were disappointed, some covered their eyes with their hands, apparently not knowing the answers. Some smiled slyly, peeking at the answers of those who had already started writing the test, and only 5 people, including Sakura, happily began to scribble the answer. Looking at her paper, the girl raised an eyebrow. The first 4 questions were easy, but the other 6 were clearly beyond the knowledge of a simple genin who had recently graduated from the academy. A kunai flew past her ear, but the girl dodged it in time with an unperturbed face. The weapon stuck into the work of the guy sitting behind her. "You were caught cheating 5 times. You failed the exam," Marino said cruelly. Naruko scratched her cheek. The atmosphere became heavier, and she understood the essence of the first exam. It is not important to answer all the questions correctly, but to copy correctly without getting caught. Yoko yawned, but began answering the questions. As she expected, she could only answer the first 4, the rest were of the sit and think variety. After rereading the questions, she finally gave in and decided to resort to copying, thinking for the last time that it was somehow stressful to think and, in general, she understood and shared Shikamaru's policy. Having quietly sent chakra across the table she was sitting at, Naruko closed her eyes. Her body was suddenly filled with lightness, and Naruko felt all of her chakra, which was quietly entwined throughout the entire class, looking for the piece of paper with the correct answers. As soon as it was found, she, controlling the chakra from afar, made it rise to the piece of paper and quietly copy everything that was on it. Then the chakra returned to Yoko, burning the correct answers onto the scratch paper in black hieroglyphs. All that was left for the girl to do was simply copy them. She hadn't come up with this technique for long, so she hadn't had time to use it in battle or during missions, but now she could evaluate its effectiveness. Soon she had rewritten the answers to all 9 questions and put her pen aside, waiting for the last one, the 10th. The time was running out, and almost half of the teams were disqualified. The examiners only removed those who cheated too noticeably, and when cheating was almost unnoticeable, they pretended that nothing had happened. This was quite obvious, because it was simply impossible not to notice a small sand eye next to one boy's head and the fact that the painted guy from Suna went to the toilet for an entire hour. Finally, Ibiki clapped his hands, getting everyone's attention. "Time is up," he said. "Now I will ask you the last, 10th question. Anyone who cannot answer it will never be able to pass this test again. However, if anyone is unsure of themselves or has doubts, they can leave now and come back next year." Silence reigned. The atmosphere suddenly became heavy. Naruko looked around, many looked so tense that you could see them shaking. She nodded mentally. It was not for nothing that Marino was the chief interrogator. He could make enemies tell the truth in just 5 minutes. His actions always affected the psyche of the enemy, forcing them to surrender, to tell the whole truth. A boy of 13 was the first to break down and walk out of the room. His team followed him. That was the beginning. More and more people walked out of the classroom. Some even cried as they walked out. Naruko looked at the place where Sasuke was sitting and met his gaze. A herd of goosebumps ran down her spine. The girl felt that she was starting to blush a little, but she could not look away. Something was drawing her to the Uchiha, and it was an unknown force, the nature of which Yoko understood, but was in no hurry to accept. "Is that all? Is everyone else ready to answer the question?" Naruko looked away from Sasuke and at Marino. "Great! You all passed the test." His words echoed through the silent classroom. Suddenly, a ton of questions rained down on the examiner, who, to his credit, calmly explained the gist of the first test. Naruto glanced at Sakura. She didn't look surprised or anything, which meant that she knew about the catch of the first exam in advance. But how? As soon as Ibiki finished his monotonous explanation of what a shinobi's duty was and what a real ninja should be like, the window leading to the classroom shattered, and a woman with dark purple hair that was braided into a high ponytail and gray-brown eyes appeared spectacularly from a cloud of smoke. Her clothes were not modest, certainly not this mesh blouse and the same mesh shorts, over which there was a short skirt and a yellow cloak. My name is Mitarashi Anko, and I am your second examiner, the woman said happily and cheerfully. Come tomorrow to the 44th testing ground, where your second stage of the exam will take place, and I will tell you everything. Between the first and second stages of the Chunin exam, it was decided to have 3 days of rest, which could not but please. Therefore, Naruko, having said goodbye to the 7th team, went home. She did not feel particularly tired after the exam, but she really wanted to be lazy. Especially since in the near future, as a member of ANBU, they were not going to give her any missions. But Yoko still didn't know how to talk to Sasuke. Would he listen to her? Would he believe the piece of paper, or would he become even more embittered at the world? The girl sighed heavily. She didn't know. When they first met Kakashi as their team's mentor, Uchiha seemed to her to be obsessed with his goal of finding and killing Itachi, but now that several months had passed, Naruto began to feel like Uchiha was slowly forgetting about his brother. On one hand, this was good, revenge was no longer his guiding star, but on the other, one day he could wake up and realize that he had wasted these last 2 months on some nonsense, instead of doing something. And, as a result, Sasuke could do some huge stupid things. This is all complicated, Yoko muttered under her breath when she saw the folder with Itachi's dossier again. The best option is to tell him everything, Kurama replied. And I also need to be told that I was assigned to watch him so that he doesn't go crazy and cut off part of Konoha, like his brother once did, the girl asked with some irritation in her voice. It was the absolute truth. A few days before she was sent to the academy, the girl received very clear and precise instructions to keep an eye on Uchiha Sasuke. The Hokage, as well as the elders and Danzo, were bothered by the fact that the last of the Uchiha clan was isolated from his peers and did not communicate with anyone, and therefore Yoko was given the order to keep an eye on the boy and report directly to the leadership if something went wrong. Naruko, though often aloof with the team, still kept an eye on Sasuke when he was in sight and sent a shadow clone when the boy was far away. Once Yoko learned the summoning technique, things became even easier. She simply sent small tigers to watch the Uchiha. They usually transformed into cats and hung around somewhere nearby, causing no concern. It was probably this surveillance that led to Naruko learning more and more about Sasuke, beginning to experience feelings for him that she never expected from herself. It was embarrassing, unnerving, but the girl knew how to control herself. Just as Yoko was about to indulge in melancholy, there was a knock at the door. Raising her eyebrows in surprise, the girl headed towards the door, opening it wide. On the other side stood the familiar ANBU in a tiger mask. He had a new envelope in his hands. Maybe you'll come through? Naruko suggested, but the ANBU shook his head, persistently holding out the envelope. You're Itachi Uchiha, right? The ANBU froze in place, and then took a cautious step back, as if afraid that Yoko would attack him now. The girl blinked in surprise. She absolutely did not want to harm the Uchiha, and therefore raised her hands in a peaceful gesture, which, however, did not calm him down. It's okay. I read what you gave me this morning. I won't attack or anything. I just want to talk to you. About Sasuke, she highlighted her teammate's name. The ANBU stood up straight, nodded, and took a step towards Naruto. She stepped back from the doorway, letting him in. Then she closed the door behind him, checking just in case that there was no tail behind the Uchiha. The young man took off his mask, placing it somewhere on the chest of drawers standing in the passage, and then turned to Yoko. It really was Itachi, as she thought. It was strange and unusual to invite a person recognized as the most dangerous criminal in the world to visit. But they had a lot to talk about, so the girl could only hope that the Uchiha did not suddenly decide to run away. They walked into the kitchen and sat down at the wooden table opposite each other. Itachi placed the envelope in front of him and pushed it towards Naruko. She opened it and took out papers, running her eyes over some of them. Is this a dossier on all the genin who passed the first stage? She asked. Why? There are a couple there that might interest you. If you mean Dog no Gara, then I know that he is the Jinchuriki of the Ichibi. It's not just about him. I can't tell you the whole truth, I gave my word, but take a closer look at the shinobi from the land of sound. Uchiha shook his head. Okay, but first answer me, why did you show up here and start giving me all these dossiers? Why did you give me yours? Someone you know suggested that I do this. Unfortunately, I can't say who it is yet, he replied. What I did a few years ago can't be undone. I was ordered to wipe out my clan, and I did it. I had to kill every single one of them, but I couldn't raise my hand against Sasuke. I did it consciously. Did you also gouge out their eyes on purpose? Asked Yoko. She remembered that day, as she was one of the ANBU who had been ordered to remove the Uchiha bodies. The memories of that day sent shivers down her spine. She remembered how it literally turned her inside out when she saw the ripped bodies of men and women, how her mentor, Wolf, had told her in an emotionless voice not to cry, but to pull herself together and get to work. This was supposed to take away all her pity, cowardice, and disgust. And so it happened, but Yoko included that day on the list of the worst days of her life. While carrying the bodies along with the others, she noticed that some of them were missing one or both eyes, and then the thought crept into the girl's head that Itachi was such a psychopath that he stole a bunch of other people's eyes for God knows what reason. What eyes? Uchiha was genuinely surprised. Some of the corpses had no eyes. Did you take them? No. This is the first time I've heard of it. Naruto's heart sank into his stomach. If Itachi wasn't lying, where could his eyes have gone? Orochimaru, for experiments? But how could the renegade have known that the clan would be slaughtered on that very day? And then she remembered that the order to destroy the clan was signed by Danzo. And all the color suddenly disappeared from her face. She looked at Itachi in fear, and read in his eyes that he was thinking the same thing. He could? But how? Why? For what? She whispered. He stole the eye of a good friend of mine, the Uchiha answered quietly. And he could have done the same to my clan. I was ordered to eliminate him after I learned that Fugaku Uchiha, Sasuke's father, had incited the clan to revolt and overthrow the village. There would have been many casualties, many people who had nothing to do with it would have died. We couldn't allow that to happen. Naruko thought for a second. Even so, it was pretty cruel to wipe out an entire clan, which she quickly informed Itachi about. Yes, I know. Originally, my friend Shursui was supposed to use his secret technique on Fugaku to take control of him, but the elders decided that it wasn't enough. Even if the clan leader gave up on the idea, the clan itself wouldn't. They were fired up by the idea of a coup. They would meet every week and discuss who they would kill. It was unbearable, I couldn't even hear it. But Yoko looked down at the floor. Itachi seemed so miserable to her now that she wanted to pity him. Probably, after that, his life was completely ruined, and he was constantly on the run, since in the bingo book there was a rather large reward for his head. I don't know what to say. What should I do? Naruto asked. How should I tell Sasuke about this? I can't predict his reaction. I just want to kill Danzo, Itachi said firmly. I told Sasuke to make his goal to kill me, so he wouldn't get mad at the village and try to do what his father couldn't do. But now I realize how stupid I was. I want to ask for your help. Whoever told me to give you these files said that you hated Danzo enough to help me destroy him en route. Naruto pursed her lips. Whoever sent Itachi to her was right. She agreed. I see everyone is here, Mitarashi said in a slightly disappointed tone. Listen carefully, everyone, because I'm only explaining the rules once. This is training ground number 44, one of Konoha's forbidden territories. But it also has another, less official name, the Forest of Death. And I want to assure you that it is completely justified, so for political and legal certainty, you will sign documents stating that we are not responsible for your quite possible death. After these words, whispers ran through the ranks of genin. And now let's get back to the exam. In the center of this training ground there is a tower, which you will have to get to about 10 kilometers away. Getting into it is, in fact, your goal. But that's not all. Each team will be given a scroll, 22 Earth scrolls, and the same number of Heaven scrolls. Only those who reach the tower in full force and with 2 different scrolls will pass the exam, so a maximum of half will end up in the tower. Mitarashi narrowed her eyes and pulled a rather bloodthirsty grin onto her face. Now you have 20 minutes to get the scrolls and get to your gates. Naruko smiled weakly at Sasuke, who looked at her, and all 3 of them entered the tent to receive the scroll of heaven and number 12. They signed all the necessary documents, and Sakura was shaking so much during this that Yoko had to calm her teammate for some time, promising that she knew everything about this exam and if anything, she could lead them to the tower. Let's go, time is running out, Sasuke called to them, and the girls followed him. Naruto hadn't told Uchiha anything about Itachi, Danzo, or that fateful night. She wanted to, but something akin to fear was holding her back. So, only a few minutes until the exam begins. Anko's voice announced briskly from the speakers above each gate. The last rule, do not open the scrolls and try not to die in large numbers. We only ordered 20 coffins. I won't wish you luck, it won't help, so you have 120 hours. Everyone, enter your gates, the exam has begun. Sakura gave the Jinchuriki a frightened look, and she had to put her hand on the girl's shoulder to calm her down. Sasuke looked confident enough, but he kept glancing at Naruto. Finally, the gate opened, and Yoko pulled both genin with her, immediately saying that they should run away from the gate. Some teams, especially those who were taking the exam not for the first time, preferred to hunt for the frightened genin who hesitated, who were afraid to go into the forest after Anko's words. The problem was that Yoko couldn't shake the feeling that someone was following them right on their heels, and it wasn't the ANBU members or the genin from the exam. Naruto would have recognized their chakra immediately. It was someone else, more dangerous and experienced. We need to come up with a plan, Sasuke said. The others nodded in agreement. But Yoko tried to relax, but her gaze was drawn to the bushes nearby. Something was hiding in them, and the girl had to check what it was. If it was that grass shinobi, then things were in dire straits. I'm going away for a moment, said the girl. If anything happens, get ready to run, I'll find you later. What's going on? Uchiha asked. It's okay, I just need to step away for a couple of minutes. Without saying another word, the girl waved her hand and disappeared behind those very bushes. A snake crawled past her leg, and Naruko followed it, feeling that this was far from the simplest animal. And she was right. The snake led her to a small narrow path, following which the girl came out into a clearing. She could still sense the chakra of her teammates, but the chakra of the one standing on the other side of the small clearing was even stronger. It didn't take Naruto long to recognize the intruder as Orochimaru. His pale, snake-like face was familiar to everyone who had ever heard of the 3 great Sannin of Konoha. What are you doing here? The girl asked, frowning and placing her hand on her hip bag. It contained not only kunai and shuriken, but also a smoke bomb, which was supposed to announce to the organizers by the color of the smoke that something had gone wrong. But Yoko was ready to use it at any moment. Lure you out, the man hissed. His voice was somewhat like a snake's rustle, which was even a little frightening. Suddenly, Orochimaru disintegrated into a small snake, which alerted Naruko. She grabbed the kunai tighter, ready to throw it at the enemy at any moment, but then the unexpected happened, the world around her distorted, and she herself found herself in some dark, disgusting, slimy place that stank terribly. The girl tried to cut the incomprehensible space around herself with a kunai, but nothing happened. And the next moment she felt a nasty movement, the space around her began to move, shrink, trying to push the girl deeper, and she got scared. She was in someone's stomach, and they were clearly going to make lunch out of her. She closed her eyes, but Yoko began to quickly scroll through the options for escaping from this place. The kunai was immediately out of the question, it didn't help anymore. Maybe explosions? However, Naruko immediately changed her mind. She would explode along with the snake, which did not suit her. There was only one thing left. Concentrating, the girl released Kurama's poisonous chakra from her body, which literally tore the snake apart from the inside, as it had happened with Haku's ice trap a couple of weeks earlier. Having landed safely, the girl looked at the remains of the animal. The snake was clearly a trap to detain her. This meant that Sakura and Sasuke were in trouble. Naruko turned sharply and rushed towards her teammates, but when she ran to the place where she had left them, she discovered that the guys were missing. She quickly scanned the situation, but Yoko sensed their chakra higher up. This meant that Orochimaru had already reached them, and now they were on the tree branches. Jumping onto the nearest tree, the girl rushed to look for her teammates. But as soon as she saw them a little further away, Orochimaru's neck lengthened, and he sank his snake fangs right into Sasuke's shoulder. The boy screamed in pain, and Naruko rushed towards him, throwing shurikens at the Sannin. He easily deflected the useless metal, and the next second, Chidori sparkled in Yoko's hand. Orochimaru grinned disgustingly, dodging such a straightforward attack, when suddenly he felt the sharp blade of Yoko's katana pierce his stomach. One of the shurikens turned out to be a transformed shadow clone. "Not bad," Sannin hissed, clearly pleased. "What did you do to Sasuke?" she asked. Orochimaru just shrugged, moving to another tree and raising his hand. Snakes immediately burst out of his sleeves, flying straight at Naruko. She dodged the attack, chopping off the heads of the reptiles, and then jumping up to the Sannin and doing a sweep. He avoided such a simple attack and released a couple more snakes, which wrapped around Yoko's waist. Orochimaru waved his hand, and the girl was thrown to the side. According to the renegade's plan, she was supposed to crash into a tree at full speed, breaking something, but the snakes holding her were destined to end up the same way as the one from which the girl got out a minute earlier. They melted under the influence of the poisonous chakra of the Kyuubi. Landing on her feet, the girl brought her hand to her mouth, inhaling more air. Futon, spiral wind sword. The air around her began to transform into something resembling a small hurricane, which flew towards the Sannin. He deftly dodged it, and the technique hit a tree, destroying it. Then no Yoko exhaled again and again, tracking Orochimaru to move in the direction she needed. When he landed on the same branch that he had bitten Sasuke from, the second shuriken turned into a shadow clone of Naruko, who with a powerful swing of his katana cut the man in half. The upper part of the torn body, consisting of the Sannin's head, arms, back and stomach, began to fly off, when suddenly a bunch of snakes burst out of it and they stretched out to the lower half of the man's body, clinging to it. And a second later, Orochimaru stood alive and unharmed in front of Yoko. The girl recoiled in fear. This was no longer a man. This was a monster that she did not know how to defeat. "And you're not bad in battle. Perhaps you should be marked too." With these words, the Sannin's head lengthened and moved towards Yoko with great speed, but she dodged and, finding herself behind Orochimaru, struck the Sannin in the stomach with a fist with concentrated Kyuubi chakra, which the girl hoped to release into the channels of the man, thereby disrupting his chakra flow and depriving him of the ability to use it. But something went wrong, and her body was suddenly embraced by several snakes, and the next moment 2 sharp teeth sank into her shoulder. The girl screamed, releasing Kurama's chakra and melting the nasty reptiles for the umpteenth time in a few minutes. Falling backwards onto a thick branch, Naruko felt her strength slowly but surely leaving her. Her body suddenly felt like lead, and even the terrible pain from her burning shoulder couldn't overcome the all-consuming fatigue. With a nasty grin, Sannin disappeared. But Yoko was left all alone, writhing in pain. "It will be easier now," Kurama promised in his subconscious and directed his chakra to the place where Orochimaru had bitten. The pain soon subsided. Barely getting up, the girl, on stiff legs, jumped down and went towards Sakura and Sasuke, after which she sat down next to Uchiha and rather roughly pushed aside the collar of his jacket, exposing his neck, on which a mark in the form of 3 tomo was visible in black. But Yoko placed her palm on the mark, sending Kyuubi's chakra into it. It was poisonous to normal people, but it could also nullify various seals. That's why Root couldn't subjugate Yoko's no all these years. Using her last strength to control the flow of the Ninetales chakra in the Uchiha's body, the girl watched as the mark slowly disappeared. When it disappeared completely, Naruko took the Kyuubi's chakra back to herself, fearing that it could harm Sasuke's body. Once that was over, Yoko looked at the worried Sakura, nodded briefly to her and fell unconscious next to Sasuke. The short fight with Orochimaru, as well as the destruction of two powerful marks, had drained all her strength. Moaning through her teeth, Naruko opened her eyes with difficulty, feeling sick. Somehow raising herself up on her elbows. The girl turned her head slightly to the side, trying to figure out where she was. Pain immediately shot through her neck. "Naruko, don't get up," Sakura whispered, hovering over her teammate and laying her back down on her back with unusual gentleness. Her voice was tired and weak. "You need to rest." Haruno looked terrible. Her pink hair was a tangled mess, her face was covered in dirt, scratches, and sweat, and a fresh bruise was turning crimson on her cheek. Sakura was shaking, there were shadows under her eyes, but it only took Yoko a few seconds to realize that she was simply exhausted. "No, everything is fine. I will feel better now." "How much time has passed?" the girl asked weakly, dispersing the Kyuubi chakra throughout her body. The wounds on her body began to heal instantly, and the fatigue disappeared. "About 8 o'clock, Haruno answered. "Okay. You should sleep. I'll handle this myself for now." Sakura wanted to object, but she didn't dare. Instead, she lay down on the ground near the unconscious Sasuke and closed her eyes, immediately falling asleep. Naruto stood up and leaned her hand on the tree to stop her trembling knees. But Yoko took out several small scrolls from her hip bag and opened them. With a soft pop, bottles of water, rags, ointments, bandages, blankets, and mattresses appeared on the ground. Sighing heavily, Naruko began to wet the towels with water. First, she wiped Sasuke's face and neck, removing all the sweat and dirt. Then she did the same with Sakura, who did not even stir in her sleep. Then, taking clean towels, the girl wet them again and placed them on the foreheads of her teammates. Both of them were starting to get a fever, but Yoko really did not want them to get sick right during the exam. Then she moved the boys to the mattresses so that they could sleep softer, and opened the tube of ointment. First, Yoko treated Sasuke's face, then his knees, which she had previously wiped with a damp towel, and his arms and stomach, on which a large bruise was visible. On his neck, after Orochimaru's bite, only 2 small dots remained, which promised to heal soon. There was no hint of the cursed seal. Afterwards, Naruko did the same with Haruno, who had far fewer injuries than Uchiha. The only thing the girl had to pay special attention to was the bruise on her cheek. When her teammates were treated and bandaged, Yoko took care of herself. Her scarlet hair was dull from dirt, and the girl, having somehow quickly wiped it with new damp towels, remained more or less satisfied, promising herself that she would wash it as soon as such an opportunity arose. Suddenly Uchiha let out a plaintive groan, and Naruko jerked towards him, pressing her cool palm to his burning cheek. The boy did not wake up, but after the pleasant contact with something cold he smiled slightly, which made Yoko blush a little. Sasuke was handsome. Suddenly, she felt strange echoes of someone else's chakra. Jolting, Yoko removed her hand from the Uchiha's face and approached the exit from their shelter. Sakura managed to find a great place under the roots of some tree. But Yoko, realizing that the enemy was approaching, took out a new scroll and unrolled it, making seals. A ligature of black hieroglyphs passed through the entire cave, forming a barrier that would never let anyone else into their refuge. Then the girl stepped out into the light. The sun was setting, and a light evening breeze pleasantly refreshed her head. Finally, 3 genin appeared before her. From their forehead protectors, Yoko could tell that they were from the land of sound, which meant that they were somehow connected to Orochimaru. The girl frowned. Did this snake send his pawns here to finish her and Sasuke? Or did he want to check the state of their seals? "Wake up, Sasuke," said the one standing in the middle. His head was bandaged so that only his left eye was open. The guy walked hunched over, and on his back hung the skin of some large animal. "Orochimaru sent it?" she asked sternly. "But Yoko Naruko, right?" "Well, we need to kill you too." The only girl on their team narrowed her eyes angrily, adjusting her gray violet scarf. "Well, take a chance." The third of their team, with spiky black hair and a sweatshirt with 3 kanji for death on it, raised his hands towards Yoko's no. A powerful stream of chakra burst from his palms, intended to blow the girl away, but she, firmly gluing her sawls to the ground, jumped to the side, folding 4 seals and sending strong electric discharges at the enemies, which indiscriminately struck the ground for about 30 meters. The 2 behind managed to dodge, but the one who attacked the girl did not. His body jerked several times in convulsions, and then he fell, losing consciousness. Kin threw senbons with bells tied to them at Yoko's no, but Naruko easily dodged the attack. She made new seals, when suddenly she realized that she couldn't move. A thin, unobtrusive melody emanating from the bells was hypnotizing. Dosu took advantage of the momentary confusion, stretching out his hand with amplifiers on it. Naruko screamed, falling to her knees. The sound was so loud and disgusting that she felt like her eardrums were about to burst. She brought her hands to her ears, trying to cover them, but her hands did not obey Naruko, shaking slightly. Such were the consequences of that girl's genjutsu. Suddenly, when the sound of Dosu's attack died down, Kin appeared behind Yoko, grabbing the girl by the hair. "What long ones?" "It's worse for you," she hissed disgustingly. Naruko glared angrily with both scarlet eyes, driving the Kyuubi's chakra through the channels. The weakness vanished as if by magic, which she took advantage of. The girl grabbed a kunai from her pouch and chopped at her hair, cutting it off. The scarlet strands in Kin's hands turned white, deprived of the influx of chakra. The kunoichi was surprised, confused for a second, and Naruko took advantage of this, cutting off her opponent's legs and hitting her in the face with all her might. Having hit the top of her head painfully, Tsuchi lost consciousness. "Now you," Yoko narrowed her eyes. Dosu only chuckled at this remark, taking a smoke bomb from somewhere in his sleeve and throwing it on the ground. The vision became foggy, but the girl continued to sense the enemy's chakra. She, understanding what Kinyuda was trying to achieve, jumped up to Zack and, squatting down, unzipped his hip bag, taking out the earth scroll from there. As soon as the girl stepped aside, Dosu, unaware of anything like this, picked up the bodies of his lifeless teammates. When the smoke cleared, Naruko straightened up and looked around. The genin's bodies were gone, and Dosu, apparently, had chosen to run away. But she didn't particularly care. The earth scroll was hidden behind the tree roots. Touching the remaining short strands of hair, Naruko sighed heavily, sending Kurama's chakra through them. In 12 hours, the hair that served as no Yoko's additional storage of chakra should grow back and be filled with power. She returned back to the shelter. Sakura was asleep, and Sasuke, obviously awakened by the noise from the street, was sleepily looking around, trying to get up. "How are you?" Naruko asked, sitting down next to Uchiha and removing the damp cloth from his forehead. "How's your neck?" "I removed the mark." "Your hair? What happened to it?" the boy asked in response, raising his hand and running short strands of scarlet hair through his fingers. "They'll grow back very soon. But for now, rest. In the morning, we'll have to move on. It's dangerous to stay in one place." Uchiha nodded, laying back down in bed, but not falling asleep, and keeping an eye on Naruko out of the corner of his eye, who changed Sakura's towel, and then again applied ointment to the bruise on the girl's cheek. A sleepless night awaited her, but after that they could immediately head to the tower, without bothering themselves with searching for scrolls. The only thing they needed to do was find a river along the way and wash themselves. But Yoko knew exactly where one was. "The third stage will begin soon," the Hokage said slowly, and, looking around at the silent participants, continued, "But before the explanation, there is one thing I would like to tell you. About the true goals of the exam." "True goals?" Confused cries were heard. Naruko sighed. Of course she knew about these true goals, but the other genin did not. "Yes. The true purpose of the exam is not just to become a chunin, but also to unite the allied countries. Neighboring countries have fought each other many times. In order to avoid wars and clashes between shinobi, the feudal lords and kage of the villages decided to prove the strength of the village by holding a joint chunin exam. You, young genin, fight each other, representing the strength of your village. And your victories are the victories of your village. An excited whisper passed through the hall. The third waited until the hubbub died down. Only those worthy of the title of Chunin take this exam, and here you fight for your village. But why did you say that this should improve the relationship? Sakura asked in bewilderment, for whom all this seemed stupid. But Yoko glanced briefly at her teammate, realizing that she was simply scared. Haruno, as Naruko believed, was not ready for the life of a shinobi. For her, it seemed like some kind of game, and even what happened in the Land of Waves did not convince the girl otherwise. I told you at the beginning, don't get me wrong. The custom of life and death battles maintains balance in the shinobi world. That, and good relations between ninja. This is a mortal battle of your dreams, and the honor of the village. The Hokage said calmly. I don't care, a cold and emotionless voice said, and Naruko recognized Gaara as its owner. Give us the details of this life or death exam. I will begin the explanation of the third stage, but, the Hokage's speech was interrupted by a jonin who appeared in a cloud of smoke, and Naruko with some joy recognized in him her old friend, who she had not seen for several months. He was given a very long mission outside of Konoha. Excuse me, Hokage-sama, said the jounin, who had knelt down before the Hokage. I, Gekko Hayate, am the judge. I will explain everything. Please, nodded the third, stepping back and handing the floor over to the newcomer. Nice to meet you. Before the third stage. I want you to do something, the judge coughed. You have preliminary fights to advance to the main fights of the third stage. Preliminary fights? Fights? What does that mean? The same blonde with a fringe over one eye, whose name Naruko had already forgotten, asked indignantly. Why can't we start the third stage with all the remaining participants? Kiba asked, and his dog, Akamaru, supported his master with an indignant yelp. The thing is, too many participants have passed. According to the rules, we have to reduce the number of participants before the third stage, Gekko shrugged, showing with his whole appearance that he had nothing to do with it. As Hokage-sama mentioned, there will be many guests at the third stage, so, the judge, breaking off in mid-sentence, began to cough again, and then continued, we cannot hold many fights. We are also limited by time. Those who are not feeling well, Sensei's speech was cut off by a cough again. Worried whispers were heard. Naruto did not like Hayate's condition, since it was obvious that not only did he have a bad cold, but he also could not sleep normally. If you want to leave after the explanation, please let me know. The preliminary matches will begin immediately. Oh, I forgot to mention, you will have one-on-one fights for elimination. If someone from the team wants to leave, the whole team will not be kicked out. Only him, he continued, ignoring the indignation of the participants. There was a tense silence. Sakura, standing in front of Naruko, turned to her teammates. But Yoko made it clear with gestures that she and Sasuke were fine. After destroying Orochimaru's seal, they were very tired, but now their chakra was almost completely restored, and the pain in their muscles was gone, only sometimes their necks shot when they carelessly or too sharply turned their heads. Sasuke also nodded his head, as if to say, everything is fine, and sighed calmly. He was not going to leave, and neither was Naruko. They were not sure about Sakura, but she seemed to be in no hurry to raise her hand either. And in general, no one wanted to drop out. And then, as if to counter Yoko's thought that it seemed like everyone would stay, Kabuto raised his hand, expressing his desire to leave. He said that he was tired, that he didn't have enough chakra, and that he was generally incapable of fighting, but Naruko could clearly see that he was lying. Yakushi looked quite healthy, without any serious injuries, just a few scratches. However, she didn't complain. The examiner only nodded and, after waiting a few more minutes, asked the genin again if they wanted to leave. Receiving confident looks in response, Hayate announced the start of the qualifying fights. Good. Very good, muttered Gekko, and coughed. The participants will be selected using an electronic scoreboard. He pointed to the wall where the scoreboard was hanging. Moment. It showed Uchiha Sasuke versus Akato Yoroi. Excellent. Sasuke and Akato remain here, and the rest of you, I ask you to go up to the balconies to watch the rest of the fights from there. Good luck, Naruto whispered to Uchiha, and goosebumps ran down his neck. The girl, noticing such a reaction, grinned, just like a fox, and hurried upstairs. After the battle was declared, Sasuke instantly activated his Sharingan with two Tomo, and his opponent took a fighting stance. Akato threw a kunai at the Uchiha, but missed, as the Sharingan user took a step to the side, and the weapon flew past his ear. Naruko, from her place, carefully stared at Sasuke's back, realizing that he was now stronger than he was during the mission to the Land of Waves. Uchiha quickly approached Yoroi and punched him in the chin, immediately feeling the chakra leave his body. Akato flew back to the wall, but didn't look injured, as if he wasn't the one who had just punched through the concrete. Quickly getting to his feet, the shinobi ran at Uchiha in a frontal attack, which was rather stupid. Uchiha dodged the blow and made a sharp undercut. But before the enemy could fall, Sasuke hit him in the jaw with all his might, causing him to fly up to the ceiling. The Uchiha created 3 clones and jumped into the air. The first clone sent Yoroi flying even higher with a powerful kick to the back. The second and third clones pushed the original so that he jumped above his opponent and kicked him in the stomach with all his might. Akato flew down and broke through the floor. He did not move again. The fight is over. The winner is Uchiha Sasuke, Gekko announced. Sasuke nodded and turned to Naruko, catching her proud gaze. He walked towards the stands, jumping up onto the balcony and standing next to Naruko, who quietly praised him. But their idol was interrupted by Sakura and Ino, who began congratulating Sasuke and telling him how cool he was. Naruko would have definitely rolled her eyes, but suddenly she felt someone looking at her. Turning around, she saw a rather unpleasant woman who was the sensei of the sound team. She was looking at Naruko and Sasuke as if they were prey. Naruko pursed her lips, releasing a bit of the murderous evil aura of the Nine Tails in the woman's direction. She winced and turned away. The girl definitely didn't like it. Naruko didn't pay much attention to the following fights, not singling out anyone. Firstly, she was bothered by the constant squabbles between Sakura and Ino, who couldn't decide which of the two would be with Sasuke. And secondly, she knew the strength of each of the genin from the secret documents Itachi had brought her. She only noted to herself that Shikamaru had confirmed his reputation as a brilliant strategist, and that he would most likely become a Chunin much faster than the same Aburame Shino, who had defeated the enemy by plugging the holes in his hands with his bugs. When the duel between Sakura and Ino was announced, Naruko calmly exhaled, hoping that they would stop buzzing in her ear, but the hope turned out to be false. They transferred their conversations to the arena, walking in a circle for at least 5 minutes. I thought I was a calm person, but I swear, one day I'm going to strangle them both, Naruko whispered under her breath. I think about it every time I see one of them nearby, Sasuke agreed, sighing heavily. But Yoko snickered, hiding her laughter behind a cough. But Uchiha obviously understood her correctly and only shook his head, as if to say, you find it funny, but I have to live with it. It was so calm and good to be with Sasuke that Naruko wouldn't mind staying like this forever. She really liked their relationship now. They weren't lovers, but they both had feelings for each other, which they expressed not with loud cries, but with quiet actions and words. And also with looks in which a special tenderness flew. As both Sakura and Ino collapsed, their teachers jumped down, picking up the unconscious bodies of the girls and carrying them to the stands. Once the arena was cleared, the names on the scoreboard began spinning again and suddenly stopped. Next fight, Yoko Naruko versus Kiba Inuzuka, Hayate announced, clearing his throat. Good luck, Sasuke said, and Naruko nodded gratefully. It was nice that Uchiha was worried about her, even if it was unnecessarily so. What? Kiba protested from his seat. I'm not going to fight a girl. Those are the rules, the examiner shrugged. Naruko jumped down, watching as Inuzuka landed next to her, looking displeased. The puppy on his head barked unpleasantly, perceiving Yoko as a threat. The girl agreed with that. When the examiner gave the signal to begin, Kiba immediately threw shurikens at Yoko's no, which she dodged, deftly landing on her feet and immediately attacking Kiba with lightning speed. He barely managed to dodge the girl's katana, drawing a kunai and fighting back with it. However, the difference in skill was so great that the girl only needed 2 quick movements to knock the weapon out of Inazuki's hands and knock him to the ground, holding the weapon to his throat. She was about to say that she had won, when she suddenly felt something grab her by her newly grown hair. The girl turned around abruptly, seeing that the ends of her scarlet hair were in the mouth of Kiba's puppy. Grabbing Akamaru by the scruff of the neck, she shook him and threw him towards Kiba, who deftly caught his pet. "You shouldn't have said that. I won't let anyone touch Akamaru." Anger flared in his brown eyes, and he took out some kind of pill, which he gave to the puppy. Akamaru swallowed it and immediately increased in size, reaching Kiba's chest. Now he looked like an adult dog, who was growling angrily at the girl. Together they rushed towards Yoko, attacking. Double piercing Fang technique. Kiba said the name of the technique. Together with Akamaru, he spun around his axis at a furious speed, sweeping away everything in his path and raising columns of dust. Naruko dodged the first 2 blows, and then the third and fourth. The destructive power of these 2 was great, but the girl knew that if she channeled chakra into her hands, she would easily lead this pair, which she did when both opponents soared to the ceiling and fell on her with all their might. A cloud of dust rose, and the girl even heard Sakura's excited cry. Before the dust had time to settle, Kiba flew out, followed by a pitifully yapping Akamaru. Finally, Naruko appeared, unscathed. She calmly brushed the dirt off her shoulder. "Strength is not enough. Your attacks are so direct that the enemy, knowing their direction, will easily stop them. Learn to think with your head," she said. "You idiot," Inazuka hissed, standing up. His whole body ached after that technique, but he couldn't let some girl win. Naruko formed the rat, rabbit, and dog seals, taking in more air and releasing it in small portions. She had to reduce the destructive power of the vacuum bullet technique, otherwise Kiba and his dog could simply say goodbye to life. The first bullets hit Inazuka right in the stomach and chest, the rest hit his legs, causing them to buckle. Kiba fell to his knees, wincing in pain, and Akamaru, realizing that he had to help his master, rushed at Naruko, trying to bite her. However, the girl deftly slammed the dog's mouth shut when he approached, and with a kick threw him into the wall. The huge carcass hit it with a crash and fell to the floor. And then no Yoko approached Inazuka in the blink of an eye and knocked him out with a precise blow of the edge of her palm to the neck. "The winner is Yoko Naruko," Hate announced. Naruko sheathed her katana and went upstairs, not wanting to watch the paramedics carry away their fallen opponents. Standing next to Sasuke and accepting congratulations from him and Kakashi, the girl met Gar's interested gaze. It didn't take a genius to figure out that he wanted to fight her. "That sand dog," Kurama snorted in his subconscious, and Naruko shrugged. "So, 2 of my team passed." "Not bad," Kakashi said, and Sakura looked down in shame. "Next time it will work out," the sensei promised. "Yeah, just talk less and practice more next time," Naruko agreed, a hint of mockery in her voice. Of course, this angered Haruno, and she began to yell at her teammate, but her screams were interrupted by Sasuke's calm voice, who asked her to calm down. The girl instantly quieted down. The next fight was between 2 kunoichi, Tenten and Sabaku no Temari. Tenten lost, as Temari was clearly stronger and more experienced than the weaponsmith, and her wind release simply deflected all weapons flying at her. Naruto especially liked the double rising dragon technique and wanted to learn it herself because it was perfect against opponents like Tenten. Temari was actually a pretty strong kunoichi who was skilled in wind techniques. Akimichi Choji fought Kinyuta Dosu for only a minute. At first, the boy was afraid, but when his sensei promised him pork, he began to fight much more willingly. However, this did not help him, and Dosu quickly paralyzed him with his sound technique. Naruko, looking at this sound shinobi, felt a wild desire to hit him, but not before asking him about Orochimaru. So far, the girl has not had the opportunity to talk to the Hokage about the fact that this man is Orochimaru's subordinate, but she knew that all the Jonin know that the Sannin is somewhere nearby. The next fight was between Hinata and Niji. At first, Niji, Hinata's cousin, tried to persuade her to give up, but Hinata did not give in to persuasion and began the fight first. No matter how much Naruto loved her friend, she understood that she had no chance against Niji. The boy was a genius, he was able to master the technique that only the main branch of the clan could do, and Hinata was simply no match for him. The outcome of the fight was clear even before it began. Hinata lost, since Niji inflicted severe injuries on her and practically stopped the chakra in the kunoichi's body. In the end, the examiner decided to end the fight. The next fight was between Sabaku no Kankuro and Tsurugi Masumi. The Kazekage's son turned out to be a puppeteer, and Tsurugi, whom Naruko had never seen before, used a rather interesting soft body modification technique, which, however, did not help him. Kankuro was more cunning. The last fight was the most interesting and bloody. Sabaku no Gaara's opponent was Rock Lee, from Guy's team. Lee managed to surprise everyone with his incredible speed and amazing taijutsu, especially considering that he could do nothing else. Naruko watched the fight closely, for a moment even thinking that Lee would win, but in vain. Gaara turned out to be stronger and more bloodthirsty. He would have killed Rock if not for Guy, who saved his favorite student, breaking the rule and automatically putting Lee in the losing position. But Yoko thought with some sadness that she could have become like Gaara if Kurama had not been her father. She was sure that the attitude towards Jinchuriki and Suna was to blame. Okay. This is the end of the preliminaries. All winners, come down here and take the pieces of paper from this bag, Hayate said. The genin did as he asked, standing in a line. First, Gekko approached Shikamaru, who pulled out a piece of paper with the number 3 on it. Next was Dosu, who turned out to be number 8. Sasuke, who stood between him and Naruko, had the number 9, but the girl had the number 1, which meant that the exam would start with her. 4. Temari announced her number. Hayate handed the bag to Kankuro. He was the 5th, and his brother, Gaara, the 7th. Next up was Niji, who came in 2nd. Naruto glanced at the boy, knowing that they were going to clash at the very beginning. Well, she didn't mind, because she just felt the need to kick someone's smug ass. Last was Shino, who got the 6. His opponent was Kankuro. My number, 6, Shino said in his usual manner. Excellent, Hayate nodded. In the 3rd stage, which will take place in 2 months. You will fight in this order: Hyuga Niji against no Yoko Naruto, Nara Shikamaru against Sabaku no Temari, Aburame Shino against Sabaku no Kankuro, Sabaku no Gaara against Kinyuta Dosu, and Uchiha Sasuke with the winner of the duel between Sabaku no Gaara and Kinyuta Dosu. But why is the 3rd stage only in 2 months? Asked Kankuro, who was not tempted to linger in Konoha. Because a lot of people will come to the 3rd stage. By the time we send out invitations, sell tickets, and other little things, 2 months will pass, during which you will train. You have already seen the approximate strength of your opponents, so these 2 months give you the opportunity to increase your capabilities, Gekko explained. Good luck to everyone. Naruko sighed. The 2 months of preparation had begun. When the intermediate battles were over, the genin were transported back from the tower to the place where they had entered the forest of death using special equipment. Everyone began to go home, as there was no longer any point in remaining in front of the training ground. Naruto, Sasuke, stay for a while. And you, Sakura, can go. Haruno nodded and, slightly offended, walked away. Kakashi, as soon as the girl disappeared, led them with Sasuke to the Hokage's office. Naruto had already told the sensei about what had happened in the Forest of Death and made a rather bold conclusion that Orochimaru was hunting her and Sasuke. Hatake took the information seriously enough and passed it on to the Hokage, after which he received an order to report to his office. How dangerous could it be? Uchiha asked as they walked. Orochimaru is very dangerous. He has experimented on humans in the past. Some of them were successful, some were not. I am sure he wants your eyes, Sasuke, and the nine tails. It's clear. They continued walking in complete silence. Naruko was used to the feeling of danger. The fact that she was being hunted was nothing new. In the past, there had been several attempts to kidnap her or simply kill her. They had been shinobi from other villages and from her own. They had all met the same fate, they had died by her hand. Kakashi led them to the Hokage's residence and knocked on the door, then opened it. In the office, in addition to the third, there were several jonin, among whom were both senseis from other teams Sasuke knew and people he did not know. I brought them, Hatake said briefly. The third nodded to him and, putting his hands on his chin, asked him to tell him what had happened. Naruko started, because she knew Sasuke was feeling a little out of place. She briefly recounted the events of what happened to her when she separated from the rest of the team, feeling a threat and deciding to eliminate it. Uchiha then joined in, telling what happened when Yoko left. The memory sent a chill down his spine. Orochimaru had been nasty and slippery, capable of scaring even him. Then Naruko spoke again. When the story was finished, the Hokage looked thoughtfully at the jonin, and then turned his gaze to the genin. If what these two are saying is true, then the situation is worse than ever. The enemy was able to get into the village without us noticing, Ibiki said thoughtfully. We'll have to strengthen security at the border and hide these two somewhere. And also organize a mission to catch the sound team. In a couple of hours, I will call a meeting of the elders, where it will be decided where to send these two. Even if we catch the entire sound team now, it is not a fact that Orochimaru will not bring new people here. As for you, he looked at the jonin, Kurenai, Asuma, Ebisu, here are the sound genin. Ibiki, Hayate, Kakashi, here is their sensei. There is a chance that it is Orochimaru, so Shikaku, Guy, and Anko, be ready to help them at any moment. Understood? Yes. As for you, wait for orders. Your houses will be monitored so that Orochimaru cannot get to you unnoticed. If something goes wrong, Kakashi will give you seals. Activate them, and you will be transported to a safe place. Yes, the genins responded. The Hokage waved his hand, dismissing everyone, and Kakashi, having led his students out, handed each one a seal, ordering them to keep it with them, and then left. They'll sort this out quickly, but until then I'd like to talk to you. Will you come visit? Naruko asked. Sasuke nodded. He had no idea what his teammate wanted to tell him, but the idea of spending some more time with her sounded very appealing, and so the boy followed Naruko, who felt some strange awkwardness for her. She was going to tell him about Itachi and what had happened to the Uchiha clan 7 years ago. Was Sasuke ready for this information? Would he be able to take it calmly, or would they quarrel? Naruto didn't know, but she hoped he would be patient. At home, she took off her shoes and led Sasuke, who was looking around, to the kitchen, where she offered him tea. He did not refuse, but nodded gratefully and accepted the hot cup from someone else's hands. But Yoko placed a bowl with various snacks in the center of the table. What did you want to talk about? He asked, sipping his hot drink. Instead of answering, the girl went to the nightstand standing by the wall, pulled out a drawer and folded several seals, revealing its true contents. Then she took the same envelope with Itachi's dossier and a copy of the order to destroy the Uchiha clan. After hesitating for another second, Naruko handed it to Sasuke. I ask you to read it in its entirety, and not throw it away as soon as you see it. This is secret information that concerns your clan. Uchiha nodded, opening the envelope and taking out the sheets of paper. Seeing his brother's face, he gritted his teeth, not understanding why the girl he liked decided to hit him where it hurt. But Naruko, shaking her head, placed her warm hand on his shoulder and squeezed it slightly, supporting him. Sasuke looked back at the file, reading it. He didn't discover anything new there, he just got angrier at the girl. But she said in a soft voice, to look at the next sheet. Putting the file aside, Uchiha read the order number and raised his eyebrows, as if to say, why does he need this? But the more he read, the gloomier his face became. Finally, Sasuke put the entire envelope aside and asked coldly, with steel in his voice. Is it true? Who gave this order? Yes, it is true. The person who gave this order holds a special place in the Konoha government. His name is Shimura Danzo. He is the head of the Root ANBU. I hate him with all my heart and dream of killing him. He poisoned my childhood, and then took on your clan. He did not believe in a peaceful resolution to the problem and gave Itachi an order. I do not know whether the Hokage knows about it or not, but the fact remains, he is the one to blame for what happened to you. I will destroy him, the Uchiha hissed like a snake. No, not while you are weak. Danzo is strong, I feel Uchiha chakra in him. I am afraid that he did not hesitate to use your clan's power somehow. It is foolish to go against him now. I am not sure that we can defeat him now, but I know a person who will definitely defeat him, she said, wrapping her arms around Sasuke's neck and pressing herself against him from behind. Uchiha leaned back slightly, lifting his head up and wanting to touch Yoko's face as much as possible. She smiled softly but sadly, looking down at him. Then Naruto carefully moved the excess hair from his forehead. Who? Sasuke asked. Itachi. We agreed on everything. I'm sorry for going behind your back, but he was tired of living on the run and came to me for help. I promised that I would help him for you. I don't want you, not knowing the truth, to blindly chase Itachi in an attempt to kill him and at the same time do a bunch of stupid things. I want to protect you, save you, just like you saved me all those years ago. You remember, Uchiha suddenly realized. I never forgot, Naruko nodded. I always remembered and was always grateful to you. I'm glad that you haven't forgotten about me either. I couldn't get you out of my head all those long years that we hadn't seen each other. I looked for you everywhere and didn't understand what was happening to me. I felt like a fool. As I do now, by the way, Sasuke admitted. You're not a fool. You're just a person who feels. With these words, Naruko leaned down and touched her lips to the Uchiha's lips. We must hide them, the third repeated, looking thoughtfully at the elders and Danzo. You could give them both to Root ANBU, Shimura suggested. I think Danzo is right. They have nothing to fear from the Root ANBU. Their very existence will essentially be erased, Koharu nodded, earning an irritated look from the Sandaime. The third didn't like this idea at all. He didn't trust Danzo 100%, and judging by how persistently he wanted to get the Ninetales Jinchuriki at his disposal, the consequences of this action would be irreparable. Hiruzen knew about the special seals that Danzo placed on his subordinates, and about the training during which all feelings were beaten out of them, from banal joy to sadness. He did not want Naruko to become like that. What good would she be if she felt nothing at all towards the village? No, that can't be. Root ANBU won't protect them from Orochimaru. Your followers may be loyal to you, Danzo, but they can be attacked at any time, when they sleep, when they eat, when they're on a mission. It's dangerous. They need to leave Konoha. And where do you want to put the village's weapons and the last Uchiha? Hamura raised an eyebrow. She has the summoning technique. What if we send Naruto and Sasuke to their summoned animals, the Hokage suggested, having actually been thinking about the idea for a long time. If you send Yoko to the tigers, they will not only help improve her control of the Ninetales chakra, but also teach her new techniques. Moreover, the tigers are responsible, so if you persuade them, they will watch the Jinchuriki for 24 hours a day and will not allow her to escape. And if something happens, they will immediately send a message to Konoha. Another big plus is the fact that very few people knew how to summon tigers, and the likelihood that there were such people among Orochimaru's subordinates was extremely small. The idea isn't so bad. But then we'll have to send Haruno Sakura with them, Danzo nodded confidently, believing that it was necessary to send his man with Yoko. Why? Hamura asked, leaning forward a little. Sakura is a teammate and friend of the Jinchuriki. It's obvious. Those who want to kidnap no Yoko will first kidnap Haruno. With her help, it's easy to blackmail the Ninetales. It's quite possible that no Yoko will be willing to give her own life in exchange for her friend's life. That sounds reasonable, the Hokage agreed. Considering the fact that her mother is Uzumaki Kushina, the likelihood of that is high. Good. Falcon, Raven, Bear, bring Uchiha Sasuke here, but Yoko Naruko and Sakura Haruno. But let them also pack their things. The three ANBU nodded and disappeared, and Danzo, rising from his seat and leaning on his cane, chuckled. Then I think the meeting is closed. With these words, he was the first to leave the Hokage's office, heading to his headquarters, sending a pulse of chakra to Haruno along the way so that she would be there when he arrived. Surprisingly, Sakura quickly learned obedience and loyalty. Shimura sometimes thought that this kunoichi was not as useless as he thought. Entering his office, hidden deep beneath the Hokage's residence, the man sat down at his desk. All this time, Sakura sat on the floor on one knee, not daring to raise her head. First of all, I want to praise you for the qualifying tournament. You did an excellent job, he said. Yes, Sakura nodded. Her mission was simple enough: observe Yoko and Sasuke, and relay all information about them directly to Shimura. More importantly, she needed to get Naruto's DNA, and Sakura was just lucky that they were attacked by members of Team Sound, and the girl had to cut off her gorgeous hair. Orochimaru is hunting for Yoko and Uchiha. You will all be sent to the world of summoned animals. This will be Orototegu, the world of tigers. Report any changes in her behavior or progress in skills immediately. It is very important not to miss a single detail. Eat. Free. Sakura nodded and disappeared. Danzo chuckled. Everything was going according to plan. When the familiar ANBU in the bear mask appeared in front of Naruko, she only nodded, realizing that the meeting of elders was over. The orders were quite clear: pack your things and go to the Hokage's residence. She, Sasuke and Sakura were being sent to the world of summoned animals. The girl sighed and asked the ANBU to wait outside while she changed. He nodded and disappeared, but Naruko felt his presence on the branch of a nearby tree. She chuckled and began packing her backpack, filling it mostly with various scrolls that contained clothes and food. She thought of Sasuke, who was getting ready just like her. Her head was filled with worries about how he felt. After the new information that had fallen on him from that kiss, he was acting as usual, but the girl saw that there was an incomprehensible confusion frozen in the depths of his eyes. She took a deep breath and zipped up her backpack. Putting on her sandals and leaving the house, Yoko locked the door tightly and activated a few ninjutsu that would hide the house from outsiders and prevent them from getting inside. The road to the residence did not take long, but the girl was glad to find Sasuke there with the same backpack. He had obviously arrived 15 minutes earlier, just like Yoko. The girl smiled slightly at this fact. It looks like I'm not the only one who got ready so quickly, she said, distracting the Uchiha from his thoughts. Sasuke lifted the corners of his lips slightly in greeting. Where do you think you'll end up? I don't know, he answered honestly, but I've always liked cats. But I thought we'd all go to the tigers together, didn't I? I'm the only one going there, Naruko shook her head. You'll go somewhere else, either to the animals you're most compatible with, or to the ones you've already made a contract with. Those are the rules of the summoning contract. Sasuke nodded, remembering the new information for him. He really didn't know who he would end up with, because he couldn't associate himself with any animal. But he knew that Itachi summoned crows, and now with some part of his soul he hoped that he would be able to end up in their valley, and maybe they would be able to arrange a meeting with his brother for him. Thanks to Naruto, he no longer felt such burning hatred towards him. Now it was directed towards the elders and the man named Danzo, but he wanted to hear the story of the clan's destruction firsthand from Itachi himself. Soon Sakura ran up to them, breaking the cozy silence. Together they went to the roof of the residence as the Hokage ordered. The third and Kakashi were already there. Hatake waved to the guys in greeting. They nodded in response. The safest place would be the world of summoned animals. You should have been told about this by now, the third began. Naruto, Sasuke, my former student is hunting you, so Konoha needs to protect you. Sakura, you are their teammate. You can be used as bait, which is why you will also go to the summoned animals. We're all going to the tiger world, right? Haruno asked. No, the third shook his head. Sakura frowned, remembering Danzo's order. He said that they would all go to Orototego together, and now it turns out that they wouldn't? Did Shimura know about this? Or was the problem that he never had a summon animal? I know Danzo summons Baku, but in my fanfic, he hasn't mastered this technique yet, and he's not aware of the intricacies of this technique? You must fold 5 seals, dog, snake, bird, monkey, sheep, the Hokage continued. In every world where some summoned animals live, time usually flows more slowly than here. While 2 months pass here, a whole year may pass there. Until then, good luck. All 3 nodded, making the seals the Hokage had named. Kakashi gave his students a thumbs up, encouraging them. When they took turns biting their fingers until they drew blood and touched the floor, where black ligatures of hieroglyphs immediately spread, there were soft pops. When the smoke cleared, the place where the genin had stood was empty. Sasuke opened his eyes and grabbed his forehead with his hand. His head hurt terribly, everything was double before his eyes, his stomach was twisting. For a moment, the boy thought he was going to throw up, but after standing still for a couple of minutes, the disgusting sensations passed. Uchiha promised himself that from now on he would travel like this as little as possible. Who are you? A voice hissed right next to him, and Sasuke jumped to his feet, pulling a kunai out of his pouch and looking around. Who are you? He asked warily, realizing that the voice was coming from below. Looking down, the boy saw a small purple snake, which was examining the uninvited guest with some interest in its golden eyes. This look was hypnotizing, as were the smooth swaying of the animal, and Sasuke had to bite the inside of his cheek, so as not to succumb to such an obvious genjutsu. I'm asking who you are, boy, the snake hissed again, and Sasuke moved away from the snake in surprise. Sasuke Uchiha, he introduced himself, realizing that he had entered a den of snakes. The boy held back a disappointed sigh, he had hoped for ravens, like Itachi's. SS. The boy nodded, putting the kunai in his pouch and following the reptile, whose coloring stood out in the green grass. Where Aoda was leading him and to whom, he didn't know, and the name Hakujo Sanin was unfamiliar to him. But soon they came to a rocky area with many tunnels. Aoda hissed at Sasuke to be careful and watch his step, and the boy, who was avoiding large and deep holes, nodded. New snakes crawled out here and there, and they were all different sizes, some were tiny, and some were 4 meters long or more. Uchiha swallowed. Being strangled by such creatures was not much fun. Finally, they began to descend along some kind of gentle tunnel, deeper and deeper, until it ended in a wide cave. A huge white snake appeared before Sasuke. Its body was adorned with 2 golden bracelets, and on its head was a black turban with a red gem. The boy immediately guessed that this was the same Hakujo Sanin. The Uchiha bowed in respect, catching satisfaction in the yellow eyes of the snake. Who are you, and how did you end up on Ryakudo? He asked. His voice was so loud that even the floor vibrated. My name is Uchiha Sasuke. I am from Konoha. I used the summoning technique and ended up here, Uchiha answered respectfully. I have a request from the head of our village for my stay here. So, Uchiha Sasuke? Unlike Aoda, Hakujo Sanin did not have the habit of dragging out the letters S and SH. Show me this petition. The boy nodded, taking off his backpack and taking out the scroll that the Hokage had given them. Aoda immediately intercepted the scroll and read it out loud. The gist of it was that the Jinchuriki of the Nine Tails was in danger, she was being hunted by an old enemy of the village. In order to protect the Jinchuriki, it was decided to send her teammates along with her to the world of summoned animals for 2 months. The Hokage himself humbly asks for shelter, for this time for Team 7 and, perhaps, even to take them as students. The old snake was lost in thought when Aoda finished reading, and the Uchiha did not dare interrupt his thoughts, realizing that to some extent his life depended on the decision of the Sannin. You are from a legendary clan. Strong blood flows through you, Hakuja said. I accept you, but be prepared for your training to be incredibly grueling. Thank you, Sasuke bowed low, thinking that he would somehow survive 2 months of grueling training. Aoda, it's on you. Oh, yes, time flows differently in this world. One day there is equal to 2 weeks here. Uchiha mentally counted the days, with a certain chill in his soul, realizing that this would turn out to be a little more than 2 years. It became somehow uneasy. The first thing Sakura felt was that all her muscles were very stiff and now hurt terribly. Opening her eyes, she felt with some disgust something sticky around her neck, on her mouth, and on her hands. It was dark all around. Like night. Suddenly, a loud clicking sound was heard, and the girl suddenly felt something long and furry grab her by the waist, lifting her off the ground. Sakura was hanging upside down in the air. If Haruno's mouth had not been closed, she would have screamed in horror. Floundering and trying to break free, the scared-to-death Kunoichi heard another click, and then saw a thin and furry thing very close. Unfortunately, the darkness did not allow her to see this creature, but 4 pairs of dimly glowing eyes forever left an imprint on her soul. Hanging upside down, she began to peer at what was happening, realizing that this creature walked on 6 huge hairy legs, while 2 front paws held Sakura tightly. There were 8 legs in total. The girl felt sick. She guessed what kind of monsters they were, but she did not want to believe that she had ended up with them. Suddenly, all the nightmares were no longer just nightmares, but reality. Spiders. But not the little ones she had been pestering around her house. Not at all. These were creatures the size of a good-sized horse. These monsters were moving somewhere deep into the strange building, where practically not a single ray of light penetrated. The air smelled of dust and old age. Finally, the monster emerged from the building, and Haruno's eyes were cut by a bright light. When she got used to it, she discovered with horror that there was a whole sea of these spiders around. They were of all sizes, but all equally vile, 8-eyed, 8-legged, black and hairy. The brute that carried Sakura descended the dew-damp slope and strode toward the ghostly silver dome of webbing, followed by his furry-legged kin, their jaws snapping excitedly at the sight of their prey. Haruno had no idea how long she had been in the clutches of the monster, but soon the creature stopped. Turning her head, Sakura could see what was inside the dome, and it would have been better if she hadn't. Huge spiders were hanging on its walls, as well as cocoons, which apparently contained their already dead prey. Suddenly the spider released Haruno from its grip and she fell to the sticky floor. A new wave of fear and disgust washed over her. It suddenly dawned on Sakura, the spider that had thrown her was saying something. But it was hard to make out what. Its jaws were clanking too loudly. Chiputa-san. Chiputa-san, the creature called. What happened? A female voice creaked discontentedly, and a huge spider descended from a huge web. She was twice as big as the spider that Haruno was carrying, and the girl felt her knees tremble with fear. We have uninvited guests here. Everything inside Sakura went cold. I love uninvited guests. Especially their tasty meat. Chaputa said, moving along the web towards the girl, who was breathing heavily from fear. So this is how she will die? Haruno bit her tongue. No, no way. You can't eat me, she cried, wondering where she had gotten so much courage from. And why not, girl, sang Chiputa-san, towering right in front of the uninvited guest. She was amused. The leader of the Hidden Leaf Village sent me here, Sakura replied. I have a petition from the Hokage with me. Hokage? How interesting. If only I cared about ordinary human villages. This is a ninja village. Please read the petition. The spider thoughtfully clicked her mandibles, and then ordered Sakura's hands to be untied. Having freed herself from the web, the girl, trembling like an aspen leaf in the wind, took a petition out of her backpack, which Chaputa read immediately. Is the Ninetails Jinchuriki your friend? The spider asked. Opening her eyes fearfully, the kunoichi noticed some of the spiders retreating back, hurrying to hide somewhere, and Chaputa herself was trembling slightly. Haruno's mouth dropped open in surprise. Were they afraid of Kyubi? Sakura clenched her hands into fists. This was her chance. Haruno nodded, full of determination. This is bad. This is very bad. How close are you? The spider worried. She's my best friend, Haruno lied instantly, realizing that only a lie would save her. If something happens to me, she'll take revenge for me. Chaputa clicked her mandibles. Unraveling Sakura from the web herself and carefully setting her down on the floor. The girl, trying to hide her panic, looked confidently at the monster in front of her. You will stay with us, the spider nodded, stepping back. I will fulfill the Hokage's request, but never, do you hear? Never bring either the Kyubi or its Jinchuriki here. Sakura nodded. Take care of her and only dare to harm her in any way. From this day forward and until the time comes to leave here, this girl will live with us in Dokatsupada. With these words, she disappeared. Haruno's legs gave way with relief. But Yoko moved to Orototego without any incidents. Meeting Chihiro on the way to Yamaru, the girl happily threw herself on her neck, patting the tigress behind the ear. Hello, Naruko. Are you visiting old friends? She purred. Of course, the girl smiled, but immediately became more serious. I need to see Yamaru-san. Is it an urgent matter? Asked the tigress. Very, Naruko nodded. Chihiro led her along the usual route to Yamaru's cave. He, as always, sat on his mat, occasionally wagging his tail from side to side. But Yoko bowed to the old tiger as a sign of respect and handed him the scroll from the Hokage. When Chihiro read its contents to the entire cave, Yamaru's whiskers moved. Of course you can stay. We will teach you everything we know ourselves, nodded the tiger. Your training will take about 2 years, but when you finish it, you will become much stronger. Perhaps we can even find a way to help you control the Kyubi chakra. Really? The girl was delighted. But 2 years is too long. I only have 2 months. Don't be afraid, snorted the tiger. Time flows differently here. While 2 months pass there, you will spend 2 years here. But Yoko smiled gratefully. If that's the case, then she doesn't mind at all. True, she will miss Hinata and Sasuke. So where are they? Shikamaru yawned. The huge arena was crowded with people, pushing their way to their seats. The 2 months given to the genin to recover and increase their strength had flown by in an instant. At least for Nara, who had been doing nothing but looking at the clouds and playing shogi with his father. Almost all the participants were here. The only ones missing were Naruko and Sasuke, who had disappeared somewhere. However, Sakura was also absent, although Shikamaru thought that she would come to support the Uchiha. So, it's time to begin, Genma Shiranui announced loudly. After Heiate Geku's mysterious disappearance, the Hokage had ordered Genma to conduct the official 3rd stage. First fight. But Yoko Naruko vs Neji Hyuga, he announced. Hyuga entered the arena, and from the opposite side of the stadium a girl of about 16 with scarlet hair that reached her knees jumped out. Shikamaru with some surprise recognized her as Naruto, only a couple of years older. She changed her outfit to a short red and black dress that suited her very well. Her arms were hidden by wide sleeves that shimmered in waves. The Konoha forehead protector was tied around her waist, emphasizing her waist. On her thin legs were black tights. Naruko had changed, she had become taller and more mature, but it was still the same Naruko with stripes on her cheeks and multicolored eyes. Beginning, Genma uttered, immediately removing himself. I don't know what happened to you, but you'll still lose, Hyuga chuckled, getting into a fighting stance. I don't think so, Yoko shook her head. The feeling of excitement took hold of her, literally making the blood boil in her veins. Neji activated his Byakugan and pulled out a kunai, while Naruko unsheathed her beloved katana. They clashed in close combat, metal clashing with metal. At one point, Yoko fainted, grabbed Hyuga's wrist with her right hand, and with all her might, using chakra, threw him against the wall. Cracks appeared on it. Hyuga, spitting out blood, climbed out, shaking off stone chips and approaching Naruko again. Niji was a close-range fighter, and this was only to the girl's advantage. She threw several kunai at him, expecting him to defend himself with katen. That's what happened. But Yoko, in Shunshin, moved behind the boy as soon as he stopped the technique and powerfully hit him in the center of his back with her elbows. The boy screamed and took a few hurried steps forward, squeezing one eye shut in pain. But, clenching his hands tightly into fists, Niji concentrated chakra in them, which began to become visible, taking the form of lion heads. But Yoko raised an eyebrow, realizing that it was better not to encounter this attack, and so she began to dodge. Her body acted on reflexes, and the girl, having avoided such an obvious undercut, jumped up, leaning one hand on Hyuga's head. Turning in the air, Naruko hit her opponent with her heel in the same place as half a minute ago. And then, landing completely like a cat, she turned sharply, stretching out her leg and undercutting Hyuga. He fell, but quickly rolled, avoiding the blade of the katana, but that was exactly what the girl needed. She formed hand seals and fired small projectiles of tightly compressed air at him. From this position, Niji was barely able to dodge them. Standing up, Hyuga extended his left hand forward and brought his right hand back, bending his knees. But Yoko jumped to the side, realizing that they wanted to use the 8 trigrams technique against her, blocking all the chakra flows. Hyuga suddenly approached the girl. She, according to Hinata's stories, knew that for a Byakugan user the whole world slows down at the moment of using this technique, and therefore Yoko had to be faster than now. Naruto narrowed her eyes. Easy as pie. She deftly jumped to the side, concentrating chakra in the soles of her feet, and hopped around the arena like a hare, eluding Niji's attacks, who began to get angrier and angrier. At some point, Yoko intercepted her attacking hand and, sliding from below, slammed her fist into the boy's stomach. He flew into the air, and Naruko, reaching him in one jump, struck his opponent in the neck with the edge of her palm. He passed out, falling to the ground with a crash. Silence reigned. Winner, no Yoko Naruko, the examiner announced, gesturing with his hands for the orderlies to take the unconscious Niji from the arena. Next fight, Shikamaru Nara vs Sabaku no Temari. Shikamaru muttered something about problematic and went down, followed by the sand kunoichi. Naruko met them as she was going up and nodded in greeting. Climbing up to the participant stands, she greeted Shino, looking around for Sasuke, who, as it turned out, was not there. You've changed with age, Aburame noted. Yes, she nodded. And do you by any chance know where Sakura and Sasuke are? I don't know where Uchiha is. However, the kunoichi who is on your team is sitting next to Ino, who is on Shikamaru's team, Shino replied, his tinted glasses flashing in the sun. Your friend just came over. Thank you. But Yoko turned her gaze to the stands, where Aburame pointed. There, the girl immediately noticed Ino, and next to her, Sakura, who had grown her hair even longer and changed her clothes. Now, instead of her usual pink dress, she was wearing a light pink blouse, a short skirt, under which leggings were hidden, and a short white cloak with flowers on the hem. Naruko also noticed a spider tattoo on her teammate's neck, which immediately indicated her summoned animals. The girl held back a smile. In the past, Kurama had ruined the spiders' lives, which is why they simply could not stand him now. Sasuke was nowhere to be found, which upset the girl. Winner, Sabaku no Temari, Genma suddenly announced, and Naruko, not looking at the fight, turned to the arena, realizing that Nara had simply given up. Next fight, Aburame Shino vs Sabaku no Kankuro. The second one named frowned and raised his hand. I surrender, he shouted. Really? Shiranui asked. Yes, answered Sobakuno. Good. Then the winner of the third battle, Aburame Shino. The last battle of the first 8, Uchiha Sasuke vs Sabaku no Gaara. Naruko chuckled, even somehow quickly. So in the next round she will fight against Temari, and Shino will be either against Sasuke or Gaara. But Yoko, who had no doubts about herself or the Uchiha, realized with a certain amount of sadness that in the end it would be just her and Sasuke. Fighting against a person you care about and who cares about you is difficult. Meanwhile, Gaara had come down from the stands and stood next to the examiner. Sasuke was nowhere to be found, and Naruko clenched her hand into a fist, frowning. "Where is he?" she whispered, as she suddenly felt a familiar smell next to her. After her stay in Orototego, all 5 of her senses had improved. But Yoko felt Sasuke's warm hand on her shoulder and, smiling, turned to him. He had grown, surpassed her in height, and towered over her by a whole head. Naruko felt her heart skip a beat and tenderness overflowed her to the brim. Sasuke, such a dear Sasuke, was finally near. She had not even imagined how much she had missed him for 2 long years. His hair softly framed the Uchiha's improved face. On top of his head, it remained as short as before, but the front strands had grown out, and there was also a fringe that suited him very well, as Naruto noted. Sasuke himself wore a gray shirt with short sleeves, a high collar, and a zipper in the middle. He had black bracers on his arms. "You are very beautiful," he said quietly. His voice had lost its former childishness and acquired a slight hoarseness and some bass. "Let's talk a little later, okay?" Naruko nodded slowly, feeling her cheeks blush, and Sasuke, smiling slightly, disappeared, only to appear in front of Gaara the next second. Many of the girls whispered in embarrassment when they saw him, and Sakura, as Yoko noticed, actually jumped up on the spot. "So, Uchiha Sasuke vs Sabaku no Gaara," Genma repeated. "Let's begin." Both shinobi took up a fighting stance. Sasuke, instantly activating his Sharingan, rushed at Gaara with all his considerable speed, drawing the Kusanagi blade that Hakujo Sannin had given him from its sheath. Holding the blade in one hand, the Uchiha deftly maneuvered, dodging sand attacks and delivering his own blows. Lightning chakra, sent along the blade, made Gaara's defenses crack and crumble. The Uchiha jumped to the side, forming seals with one hand and breathing out a huge ball of fire. Naruto froze in amazement. He learned such a complex technique, it was simply amazing. Dodging the sand palm that Sabaku no used to respond to the flames, the Uchiha closed in on the gap in his defense in less than a second and scratched Gaara's cheek with the tip of his Kusanagi, causing him to widen his eyes in surprise and jerk to the side. The boy spread his arms, and the sand, obeying his whim, in the blink of an eye formed a dense ball around the Jinchuriki, above which a brown eye hung in the air. Sasuke frowned for a second, realizing that his main goal now was to smoke out Gaara. Electrifying Kusanagi once more, Uchiha jumped up and landed next to the ball, hitting it with all his might. There was a crunching sound, and a small piece of hard sand fell, giving Uchiha a view of what was happening inside. Something strange, but wild, was moving in the darkness. Taking a closer look, the Sharingan user involuntarily took a step back. Everyone stared at him in surprise, when suddenly someone's roar was heard, and the sand ball collapsing into an impenetrable wall of sand. Before it had time to fall to the ground, white feathers began to rain down from the sky. People in the stands began to yawn sleepily, passing out in the blink of an eye. "Kai!" a shout was heard from several shinobi. Naruko jumped up, turning to Sakura and Ino. The former had woken up, but the latter had not. Squinting, Yoko threw shurikens behind her 2 friends. They flinched and turned around. The weapons had hit the sand shinobi right in the stomachs. Naruko abruptly moved to Yamanaka and Haruno. "This is an attack," she said shortly, taking out her katana and sharply impaling 2 sunits on it. Sakura, realizing that things were starting to get hot when new opponents turned their attention to them, made several seals and spat out a strong web at 3 more, which did not allow them to move. But Yoko, without hesitation, killed them. "Why?" Sakura whispered, looking at the bodies of the dead shinobi and not understanding the reasons for such unjustified, in her opinion, cruelty. "They attacked our village, and therefore they deserve to die," Naruko answered her coldly and looked at the place where Gaara and Sasuke were fighting. "Both are missing." But Yoko landed next to Kakashi, who lifted his forehead protector, revealing his left eye, in which the Sharingan glowed scarlet. The girl frowned. If the teacher had activated his dojutsu, things couldn't be worse. The third Hokage is most likely fighting Orochimaru right now, Hatake said. Where are Sasuke and Gaara? They've disappeared, Naruko reported briefly. I suspect that Gaara began to transform into Shikaku and ran away, and Sasuke chased after him. What? To Shikaku? Sakura whispered, amazed. He's a Jinchuriki. The one tail is sealed within him, Yoko explained and turned her gaze back to her mentor. Gaara's teammates have also disappeared. They most likely went after him. Kakashi was silent for a second, thinking about the situation. Naruko, Sakura, go after him. There's no telling what might happen there. Shikamaru, he said to the genin approaching them. Go with them. What? But it's so problematic. The boy sighed, but under Kakashi's stern gaze he fell silent. But Yoko nodded, opening the scroll and forming seals, sending chakra through it. Somewhere in the distance, an identical scroll glowed white, alerting Itachi that it was time to act. He and Uchiha had a plan for a long time. Naruto would pick the perfect moment to attack Danzo and alert Itachi, who would deal with him, freeing Konoha from Root. Sakura looked strangely at Yoko's manipulations, but remained silent, for which the girl was grateful. There was no need to waste time on empty excuses. So, they took off and ran after Sasuke. Naruko took a deep breath and concentrated, feeling the natural chakra filling her body. The stripes on her cheeks became sharper, more like a tiger's whiskers, and her nails lengthened, becoming sharp as a razor. She finally sensed the trace of Sasuke's chakra and the Suna team, and so, waving her hand, she moved into the lead. She sensed a new character joining the procession, Shino Aburame. Then Shino and Kankuro stopped, while Gaara, Sasuke, and Temari continued their march. Naruko jumped back sharply, dodging a stray kunai thrown by Sabaku no, and frowned slightly. Kankuro was clearly more experienced than Shino, so there was a high probability that Aburame, despite all his miracle bugs, would lose. And that was not what he wanted. Shikamaru, stay and help Shino, Yoko ordered curtly. Naruto, sighing heavily, separated from their small group, rushing towards where the opponent's chakra was coming from. They continued on their way with Sakura, but only a couple of minutes passed before they both felt Sasuke catch up with Temari and Gaara, and the latter rushed forward, while a fight broke out between the Uchiha and the older Sabaku no. Naruto knew in advance who would win, because she believed in Sasuke and his strength, but she understood that the Uchiha wanted to deal not with Temari, but with her younger brother, which she could not allow. She would clearly try to slow down Sasuke as much as possible so that Gaara could transform and attack Konoha. Sakura, deal with Temari, Yoko finally said, having figured out how to get out of this situation. I need to calm Gaara down. Haruno nodded happily, thinking that she would be fighting side by side with her lover, and quickly separated from Naruko. The girl rolled her eyes at this, because just a few moments after Sakura was in place, Sasuke left her, joining Naruko. Hello again, he said. Yes. We need to seal Shikaku back into Gaara. I think the 5 elements seal will work. Uchiha glanced at his teammate, but said nothing. He himself did not know what kind of seal it was, but he was sure that Yoko could use it. They caught up with Gaara fairly quickly, and Naruko resisted the urge to make a face of disgust. The poor boy was spiraling deeper and deeper into madness. His right hand had become Shikaku's paw. The bottle Sabaku no had kept his sand and had cracked and was almost completely shattered. Sasuke threw a kunai towards the Jinchuriki, causing him to turn around and stop. Naruko frowned. Not only had Gaara's right hand been transformed into Shikaku's paw, but the right side of his face had been transformed into the one-tail's muzzle. Saliva was dripping from his mouth, and it was difficult to find a note of intelligence in his eyes. You're on the right, and I'm on the left, the girl said, jumping up and attacking Gaara from the left side. She took out her blade and slashed at the wall of sand that appeared out of nowhere, which instantly transformed into a paw and tried to hit her. But Yoko deftly dodged, concentrating chakra in her katana and thereby cutting off the fingers of the sand paw. Glancing at the Uchiha for a second, she saw that his Kusanagi was sparking with lightning. Deciding not to lag behind her friend, Yoko jumped into the air and lunged, as if she wanted to cut the enemy in half, while she herself quietly created a clone. The trick worked and Gaara threw some sand upward, reflecting such an obvious blow. Meanwhile, the clone appeared right under Sabakuno's nose and hit him in the chin. The boy, clearly not expecting this, flew to the side, slamming his back into a tree trunk. "You're doing well," Sasuke praised the girl, and she nodded in response, not rushing to rejoice. Roaring like an animal, Gaara made a couple of seals with trembling fingers, then closed his eyes and fell asleep. Naruko tensed up, jumping as far away from her opponent as she could and shouting at Sasuke not to come any closer. The young man looked at his teammate with a strange look, not understanding the reasons for her strange behavior, but he trusted her. In an instant, Sabaku's body began to change. Instead of legs, huge paws appeared, a long, needle-like tail grew from behind, and his face finally turned into an ugly beast's muzzle. He was huge, towering over the trees and growling viciously. "So many years have passed, and he hasn't changed a bit," Kurama chuckled in Naruko's subconscious. "How do I remove it?" "Seal it?" the kunoichi asked. "It's enough to just wake up the Jinchuriki. See, it's sticking out of the top of his head?" She briefly relayed the information she had received from her father to Sasuke, and he nodded, instantly finding the spot where Sabakuno's unconscious body was sticking out. Uchiha deftly dodged Shikaku's paw, rolling to the side and getting to his feet. The next moment, he had to cover his eyes from the sand that rushed past, destroying everything in the area. Sasuke staggered, jumping off the falling tree and jumping to Yoko's no. However, halfway there, he was caught by sand that came out of nowhere, pinning him to the tree. The shinobi heard something in his body crack, and the next moment, pain shot through his chest. He clenched his teeth, and a strong wave of chakra rushed from his body, destroying the sand vise. "Are you okay?" Naruko asked, landing next to him. "It's fine, I just broke a rib," Uchiha waved it off. But Yoko nodded, watching the boy heal himself using Iron Jutsu. "And when did he learn how?" The girl jumped up, distracting Shikaku and giving her partner time to come to his senses. Concentrating chakra in her legs, Naruko ran along the one-tailed hand, but he, sensing the alien presence, tried to swat Yoko's no with his other paw, but she jumped aside in time. "He's too big." "Use my power," the fox growled in his subconscious. Naruko nodded. Kurama's chakra flowed through her veins, and a golden glow engulfed her. An image of the seal that restrained the nine tails appeared on her stomach. Shikaku, sensing the chakra of his old acquaintance, growled in displeasure, staring his golden eyes at his opponent. She chuckled, and the golden chakra around her began to increase in size, transforming into a huge translucent fox. A pop was heard somewhere below, and a huge purple snake appeared next to the fox, hissing and cursing Sasuke for such an untimely summoning. Naruto smiled slightly at the Uchiha, and they both took off at the same time. The snake, like a vine, wrapped itself around Shikaku, who could not make his body completely crumbly like sand, otherwise he risked falling. Meanwhile, Kurama dug his teeth into the one-tailed beast's shoulders, forcibly sending his chakra through its body. The beast growled in displeasure, shaking its head and concentrating on getting out of the trap. Sasuke took advantage of this, jumping from the snake's head to his opponent's shoulder and reaching the unconscious Gaara. Gathering some chakra in his fist, the Uchiha hit the young man on the cheekbone, causing him to open his eyes in shock. He finally woke up. After Gaara awakened, Ichibi began to return to his body until it disappeared completely. Sasuke then recalled the snake, landing next to Sabakuno. Naruto had already placed a cool palm on her former opponent's forehead, sending healing chakra into him. With the fingertips of her other hand, she touched Gaara's exposed stomach, placing the seal of the 5 elements on it. The boy winced painfully. "Well, that's it. Your neighbor won't bother you anytime soon," said the girl. "You're tired, so get some sleep for now. Your brother and sister will be here soon." "Thank you," Gaara whispered back, closing his eyes. "It will sound a little crazy, but try to befriend the one-tailed. Then he will not only let you sleep peacefully, but you will also have a friend yourself. Trust me, friendship with a bijou is worth it. You have the nine tails inside you, right? He asked. Yeah, so mine is stronger than yours, nodded Naruko. And for now, go to sleep. You're tired. Gaara obediently froze. His breathing evened out, and Yoko realized that he had finally gone to the world of dreams. She removed her hand from the boy's forehead and turned to Sasuke, who was standing next to her. Itachi is currently fighting against Danzo. What? Uchiha straightened up abruptly, frowning. He wanted to ask for details or even go to his brother, but Sakura, who appeared out of nowhere, stopped him. She, tearing the cobweb stuck to her skirt, broke into a wide smile at the sight of Sasuke and flew up to the guy, trying to hug him. However, Uchiha himself dodged, and Yoko could not hold back a giggle at the sight of Haruno's stupid face. Naruko cleared her throat, drawing attention to herself and the Jinchuriki still lying at her feet. Sakura, Gaara's teammates, will be here soon. No need to make a scene, please. The kunoichi muttered something angrily in response, like, I know perfectly well without you, and turned to the bushes, from which the beaten but alive Temari and Kankuro emerged. They were immediately at the sight of their defeated brother, and were about to grab their weapons, but Sasuke raised his hands in a conciliatory manner, thereby saying that no one would start any fights with anyone. Help your brother, he said, and Kankuro and Temari nodded slowly. There won't be any Ichibi threatening him anytime soon, Naruko said. Try to be more friendly towards Gaara. He'll need your support soon. And it's time for us to get back to Konoha. And, standing up, the girl walked past the Sabaku no family. Sasuke and Sakura silently followed her, realizing that they had nothing more to do here. But Yoko would like to go to the place where Itachi and Danzo were fighting now, but she understood that she couldn't go there with Haruno. Even though Uchiha was the genius of the clan, it was unknown whether he would be able to defeat Shimura, who had accumulated his strength for years and had vast combat experience. If Itachi lost, and Naruko was nearby at that time, then Danzo would easily accuse the girl of aiding the enemy and betrayal. Sakura could act as a witness, and Naruko was sure that if she gave any testimony, it would all be against her. But Yoko turned her gaze briefly to Sasuke, and he nodded, as if reading the girl's thoughts. Purple streaks appeared around his eyes, somewhat similar to those Orochimaru had, and his pupil became completely snake-like. The Uchiha entered hermit mode and most likely already sensed Itachi's chakra. So how is it? Naruko asked. He wins, Sasuke smiled slightly. Yoko felt relieved. She returned to the road again. Sakura, who did not understand what they were talking about, tried to clarify the situation, but in response received a vague answer about Kakashi-sensei. Which, of course, did not satisfy her. They moved like that for some time until Haruno suddenly shuddered. Her legs gave way, and the girl would have fallen if Sasuke hadn't caught her and lowered her to the ground. Naruko jumped up to them, looking at her teammate in confusion, who suddenly turned pale and was shaking violently. What's happened? He won, Sasuke replied. But Yoko couldn't hold back a joyful smile, but her jubilation was interrupted by Haruno's muffled wheeze. Sitting down next to Uchiha opposite her teammate, Naruko ran healing chakra over her body, but still didn't find any injuries. Suddenly, Kurama's words, which he had spoken before the Chunin exam, flashed through the girl's head. No, Yoko's eyes widened in surprise, and she leaned forward and grabbed Sakura's face, opening her jaw and grabbing her wet tongue without any disgust. There was a black seal on it that was slowly disappearing. Naruko released the kunoichi's tongue in surprise, looking at her with some distrust. You. I can't believe it, she whispered, feeling her shock give way to anger. You've been serving him all this time, haven't you? Pretending to be old Sakura, but really digging up information on us. You yourself only got into the team to keep an eye on Sasuke, Haruno spat, wiping her wet mouth. Yes, that's true, but I would never do anything that could harm any of you. Not even you, it. No, Yoko answered her. I understand who can tell what information and who can't. I would never put Sasuke at risk from the man who gave the order to destroy his entire clan. What's going on here? Sasuke asked, piecing together the general picture from the fragments of phrases. You, he pointed at Naruko, came to the team to keep an eye on me. And you, he pointed at Sakura, were subordinate to Danzo? Shimura Danzo? And all this time you were providing him with information about me and Naruko? So what? She's the Kyuubi's Jinchuriki, Haruno cried, angry tears welling up in her eyes. She's unstable and not loyal to Konoha. If she decides to destroy it, we should have foreseen it in advance. And that's the same reason Naruko was watching you. Why would I want to destroy Konoha? It's stupid and petty. No, Yoko said in the same tone. I only wanted to destroy the root of all the problems. Why would I want to destroy the village and harm innocent residents? What's the point? Because they hate you. They all hate you, and I hate you too. You're disgusting, selfish, and vile. You're always in everyone's way, acting like you're better than everyone else, lording it over people, and doing everything you can to make your own life better, ignoring orders, Sakura hissed angrily, her green eyes flashing. You lie in your reports just to hide your shady dealings. Do you think I don't know that you're having an affair with Itachi Uchiha? That he comes to your house from time to time? You've partnered with a traitor, and you dare lie to Sasuke-kun's face. Sasuke knows everything perfectly well himself, Naruko answered her. Don't make yourself look even more of a fool than you already are. This completely angered Sakura. She hissed like a cat, jumped up from her place and pounced on Naruko, releasing webs from her mouth. But Yoko dodged the attack, blocking the kick and responding with a powerful slap. Haruno suddenly ducked, hitting Naruko in the stomach and throwing her back a couple of meters. The girl angrily spat blood from her mouth and stood up. Her body was enveloped in the golden chakra of the Nine Tails, and in the blink of an eye she was behind Sakura. Making a powerful sweep, Naruko wanted to hit Haruno with her fist, but she intercepted the blow, which, however, did not prevent Yoko from abruptly changing her strategy and intercepting her teammate's outstretched arm, breaking it. Enough, Sasuke stopped them abruptly. The girls looked at him in surprise. This is not the time to fight. Whatever anyone does, just calm down both of you. Then discuss everything that happened. But Haruno wanted to be indignant, rising to her feet. Later, Sasuke cut him off. And then Naruko quickly hit Sakura on the back of the neck. She staggered and lost consciousness, but Yoko managed to grab her around the waist. Say what you want, she said, looking straight into the Uchiha's black eyes, but I don't trust her anymore. She's a spy who worked for the enemy, and I won't let her be conscious near me. But Sasuke remained silent. He closed his eyes, sighed heavily, and went to where Itachi's chakra was felt. Naruko was left alone with the unconscious Sakura in her arms. Naruko took a deep breath and decided to buy apples instead of oranges. About a week had passed since Suna and Orochimaru's attack on Konoha. And it was the craziest week of Naruto's life. First, the third Hokage died, which caused the entire village to mourn, and the funeral was arranged in a hurry. Sarutobi was buried by the entire village and with great honors. Secondly, Orochimaru died with him, and they spent a long time deciding what to do with his body, and in the end they decided to burn him so that no one could resurrect him, as he did with the first two Hokage. Third, Shimura Danzo was killed, and a long investigation followed, which revealed that he was killed by Uchiha Itachi. Unfortunately, the body was not preserved, but Itachi, who was captured and did not resist, allowed the head of the Yamanaka clan to rummage through his head. After the truth about the fateful night 7 years ago was revealed, a new investigation was launched, and Naruto herself was removed from ANBU duties, since she still helped Itachi when he was officially recognized as a missing nin. Fourthly, Naruko herself hardly saw Sasuke, which is why she couldn't talk to him normally and explain everything that happened. She didn't know whether Uchiha was angry with her or not, but she still wanted to clarify the situation once again. Fifthly, the election of the fifth Hokage took place, and Tsunade was appointed as the one who was found by Jiraiya 2 months ago and dragged to the Konoha hospital so that she could treat Rock Lee. With Tsunade, the investigation went faster. She herself was a rather willful woman who liked to solve things quickly and swiftly. So Itachi Uchiha's case went by leaps and bounds with her arrival, and all the necessary information was dug up in a day. Danzo was recognized as a traitor, and the elders, including the third Hokage, were his supporters. They were arrested. Tsunade changed little in the village, but these changes were significant. The village had new elders Shikaku Nara and Yamanaka Inoichi. Senju, using the effective method of listen to me or get punched in the face, forced Jiraiya to return to Konoha. The Root ANBU squad was disbanded and their memories were returned, removing all of Danzo's seals. True, the ability to sense anything did not return, but this was a solvable problem. With this, Ino's childhood dream came true and she got an older brother. Shino got his best childhood friend back. And Kiba suddenly got a father, who, according to legend, abandoned him with his mother and sister because of his wife's unbearable character. As for Sakura, she received her punishment. Naruto was reinstated, all charges against her were dropped, and she returned to work as the captain of the ANBU team. The girl was overwhelmed with work, so she hardly got any sleep. Now Yoko, having received a long-awaited day off, was standing in a grocery store and paying for fruits. She wanted something sweet, but there was practically no food at home. After a week, she was already a little tired of eating instant noodles. After picking up the food, Naruko headed home, looking around the village. The houses that had been destroyed during Suna's attack were being rebuilt quite quickly. An unexpected guest met her at the threshold, which surprised the girl. "Sasuke?" she asked. "Hello," Uchiha responded. "Sorry I didn't come earlier." "Everything's fine. I was busy earlier. Will you come in?" "Perhaps." Naruko opened the door and let Sasuke in, handing him the bags and asking him to take them to the kitchen. Naruko herself took off her shoes and, having washed her hands, went to her teammate. He was standing like a restless statue by the window. Yesterday, the Hokage gave the order to release Itachi. "They will keep an eye on him for a while for safety reasons," Sasuke said. "I talked to him. He told me absolutely everything. I couldn't even imagine that my entire childhood in the clan would be spent like this." "Such things happened before you were born," Yoko shook her head. "It's a long history that has been going on since the time of the founders." "Yes, Itachi told me everything. He didn't kill anyone except his parents. The rest were killed by Root ANBU. That's why I hate them." And Danzo took the Sharingans from the dead and transplanted them into his hand. Naruko swallowed hard. Danzo was truly a terrible and ruthless man. In order to become stronger, he first ordered the destruction of an entire clan, ignoring Shursui's suggestion to put Fugaku under the indestructible Genjutsu of his Mangekyo Sharingan, and then took the clan's dojutsu for himself. Disgusting. At least it's all over. Danzo is dead, and no one will dare to desecrate the bodies of your relatives anymore. Yoko smiled slightly. "Thanks to you." "Thank you." Naruko just shook her head. She took a few steps towards Sasuke, and then hugged him a little hesitantly. The boy hugged her back, holding her tighter and closing his eyes. The girl pressed her ear to his chest, listening to his steady heartbeat and ignoring her father's displeased grumbling. Who cared what that old fox said if she loved Sasuke with all her heart? Kurama could only resign herself to it. "You are very dear to me," Uchiha whispered. "I can even say with confidence that I love you." Naruko couldn't help but smile happily. She pulled away from Sasuke a little, placed her hand on his cheek, gently stroking it. The next moment, Uchiha leaned down a little, kissing the girl. "I love you," Yoko echoed, breaking away for a second and kissing the Uchiha again. After some time, when Naruko was making them tea, and Sasuke was already sitting at the table as usual, he suddenly said, "Yesterday I received an order from the Hokage. I am being transferred to ANBU under your command." Naruko turned around in surprise, frozen with the teapot at the ready. Tsunade-sama didn't tell me about this. She told me to tell you myself. But Yoko suppressed the smile that had been blooming on her lips too often this evening. Instead, she set the cup down in front of Sasuke and sat down on the chair, resting her elbows on the table and her head on her hands. It was no surprise that after everything that had happened, their team had broken up. It was unlikely that they would ever work together again. The likelihood of that happening was extremely low, and Naruko, to be honest, didn't feel particularly sad about it. By the way, I think I should ask your father if I can date you. Sasuke's sudden phrase surprised Yoko. She blinked, and then laughed loudly when the nine tails in her head began to growl and wave its tails, shouting something about how he would never give his daughter to be torn apart by some Uchiha. He won't mind, Naruko lied. But I decide my future myself, not him. And you should ask me. Then. Will you be my girlfriend? Sasuke asked. I think so, Naruko agreed. The young man's answer was a barely noticeable, but extremely gentle smile. That's the end of this story.